Well, good morning. Good morning, my little birdie friends. Are you having a good morning, Mr. Birdies? One day we'll sort that fucking gate out. Mr. Squirrel. Pigeons are out in force this morning. The good thing is that we've managed to find a few solutions to the bird feeders. So they aren't attacking them so much. Anyway, the point I'm trying to, the reason why I started this today, just now, is that there's no sign of the sun. Oh yes, it's nice and bright out there, yes, but where is the sun? The sun would normally be coming from, by this point, as I have seen almost every morning for the last few days, the sun is up by now. The sun is up by now, so let me just check because when was sunrise? I'm not going to guess because I haven't even 6:31. So the sun, that's over an hour ago. So the sun should be showing signs of rising. So I mean, let's see the angle of inclination. It's interesting. I'm just watching the connection thing flash red, even though the kilobytes per second were over 4,000. It's just weird how they do that. I just don't. They can fuck with this thing as much as they like, and I have no way of stopping it. I am literally. A few minutes, literally not that long, got out of bed. Saw an interesting looking sky and decided parakeets are being louder than me. I don't know how that's possible, but there we go. Oh, there it is. There he is. That's a sign of the sun. Okay, well, the angle's changed somewhat. It's not coming up at the same place that he did a couple of weeks ago. Obviously, that's expected to a certain extent, but I always like to notice these things. So where was that light? Where was that light? 5 or 10 minutes ago. Weird. Interesting colours anyway. I've got the enhancements on. Gonna just watch and listen for a bit. I'm a little bit just trying to think. I'm bothered by something. I mean, there's not much I can do by the way of, you know, if other people, other beings decide for some reason will come to their own, by their own methods, come to similar conclusions or techniques or things like that, that's fine. you know, that happens. You know, I know that I'm not the only one in the world that is capable of thinking and creating things. So, you know, and it's very likely that I won't be the only one exploring the same concept. You know, symmetry mirrors the sky in this way. However, one thing I have noticed, you know, a couple of years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, I started this project. Like nobody, I don't think there were that many other people, just individuals who were literally just having a webcam pointed at the sky, right, constantly. Aside from, you know, standard holiday places, anything like that. It's just amazing how. So anyway, the main thing is that I've actually recently happened upon a couple of other people on YouTube. People with much bigger followings than me. Who basically, what have they done? They've started using symmetry. Only very recently, mind you, not like I've been doing it for the last 3 or 4 years, but I've just started doing it. Now I have no copyright claim, I can't do anything about that, I'm not going to complain. But I will say one thing though, my heart kind of sank. Like, I've been putting a lot of work and effort into this stuff, like setting this up. A lot of effort into it. And it's always funny because I see the same people being promoted by the same people all the time, and that new people or people who are on the edge outskirts don't seem to get a look in. Like this whole Skywatch Awards thing, I've never been invited or told about it until, a year ago? And then I wasn't invited, I just found out just by seeing a video, and then I thought, well, what's this a shit about? You know, like the Skywatch Awards? It's ridiculous. Anyway, suffice to say, I've never actually you know, submitted a video for it. What am I doing? All over the place. Never submitted a video for it, and you know what? I'm not going to. I'm not going to. Because it's just a bunch of people patting each other on the back. I'm not about that. But you know, it's very interesting, isn't it? How people suddenly just come out with symmetry stuff, and you know what? I don't get a single person. It's interesting. I just find it mind blowing how loads of people will just click on the same people's videos all the fucking time, and when there's something new or different, but then, oh, well, he's not getting many views, so I could just steal that idea, or I don't know, man. I'm just feeling a little bit weird about it. Like, it really got to me. Actually, I was like looking at this thing, hang on a minute, I've been doing symmetry and mirroring work with this stuff for quite a while. Really coming to some amazing discoveries, amazing understandings and understandings about the nature of my reality through doing it. I've tried to share it with some people, tried to talk about it, but I don't get treated with any kind of seriousness. I don't know why that is. I don't know why that happens. It's like every time I make an effort or do something or anything, you know, it's very rarely ever appreciated. And that's been something I've noticed that's kind of happened all my life. So I'm kind of starting to get frustrated about it, because when you notice your own creative stuff gets picked up on by other people, you don't know if they've done if they saw your work or anything, but the fact is, you know, I've actually turned around to people in comments and stuff and said, you know, use symmetry, you know, use a mirror. Look at the symmetry, see what you can see in that, you know, like actually advising people to do it, like telling people in comments and stuff on their videos, you know. It's always a one-sided adventure though. Very few people want to come along with me on mine, if anyone. In fact, there is no one who wants to come with me on to where I'm going. Doesn't seem like there's anyone. It's just me. I'm a lone wolf in this instance, and it's been actually quite hard. It's been really hard to it's been hard to deal with that. All I wanted to do was just stick a camera up into the sky. That was it. It wasn't meant to be a big thing. I didn't want to make any. I didn't want to make anything big or major or anything. Yeah, look at it. That's the way things are. Didn't want to make it a big thing, so it stayed a small thing. Maybe I need to make it a big thing. But then again, I don't know if anyone actually agrees with me. It's highly likely most people think I'm just stupid and delusional. It's interesting, isn't it? I've had a lot of people. I've had a lot of people rubbish me, or just ignore me, or just I don't know. You have to start asking, like, what's the point in carrying on? You know, no one will ever. The good thing is that, you know, it's been in the same place for the last 3 or 4 years, so there's some kind of scientific value to the footage because the camera's been in the same position. So that's a control aspect, isn't it? So from a scientific angle, there's probably lots that can be derived from this footage. If anyone had the time to do it, I certainly don't have the time to do it, even though it's my footage. I should really, maybe. What was the purpose of doing it? What's the purpose of doing it if no one's going to use it? All of my thoughts, all of my energy is recorded during those times. My influence, my experience, my observation. Then I start to experiment with it. I start to include symmetry. There's only no more than a few months into doing it. A few, 2 or 3 at most. I think I started using symmetry quite early on. Although maybe the first year it was, you know, who cares, eh? Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Just shut up Just shut the hell up. Stop the stream. I was just about to end it. Let me be quiet. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. today. I feel left out. That's how I feel. I feel a little bit out of the loop of the Skywatch community. That's how I feel. I feel like I have done a lot of stuff and I've always been overlooked. And you know what? I haven't been bothered about it. Up until pretty recently, when I started seeing that other people have begun using symmetry in their work, which is absolutely fine because I don't have copyright or a patent on it. But at the same time, it's like I have been saying to people to do it, have a go, do it. So it's just that it's interesting that people who have never done it before get more views per video and whatever for doing something very simple. And I'm doing something very simple. Not quite sure how I'm. So yeah, I'm feeling a bit left out, and that's okay. I'm feeling alone. I'm feeling frustrated. I'm feeling disappointed. And I don't think I'm the only one. Probably, I think that energy is going around at the moment. I'm thinking this Mars retrograde is really people have their favourites. They probably don't like gay people either. So I mean, you be open about yourself and look where it gets you. You've already excluded an entire portion of the populace because a bunch of Christians aren't really going to want to be around you. Hate the sin, love the sinner, or something. Struggling to find where their love is all the time. I mean, I'm definitely about it, but I mean, it's taken me 4 years to go from. I think 4 years ago when I started the project, I had about maybe 200, 300 subscribers, which I had accumulated for the 12 years previously, just from having a YouTube channel for so long. And I uploaded some Beyonce videos from a concert that I went to, and they somehow became really popular videos for people to watch. I think I've subsequently made them. I think I've made them private now. Or did I? I'm not sure. I think that was one of the things I was, so. The beliefs really kind of get in the way a little bit. So, put a lot of effort and time into a lot of the stuff that I've been doing. These aren't just these techniques that I've been developing on my own. That I've done, and I've been using it in my artwork too, and other things. How do we get past this and get parallel? I don't think you do. Whilst we're here, manifested in this material world, there will always be an us and them. It's just the nature of all of this. that's what we've all been doing, yeah. Kind of like a sky journal. That's how I've been seeing it all this time, you know. It's important for artists to journal. Anyway, way they can. So, you know, basically a way to express their ideas and their thoughts. And so for me, this is the best way, because I could just say shit and don't have to write it down and do my processing live on a Skywork feed. I guess that might be why. I guess they don't want to hear it. Here's someone literally having a mental health crisis every fucking time they log in. I'm probably just a bit melodramatic there, but you know what I mean. I've been thinking about this myself. This whole concept of war. We're in a spiritual war. And I'm thinking to myself, but some people would say, some spiritual disciplines would suggest that if you're at war, then you're not being spiritual. And that this kind of dualistic light and dark thing is a very Abrahamic perspective. So I don't know. It's because in that paradigm, in the dualistic paradigm, good and evil are necessary parts. I think it's hello Kevin, by the way, just want to acknowledge you for stepping in there. Thank you for dropping in. The thing is, we have to acknowledge there are things in this world that aren't quite, it's quite obvious there's some very negative aspects in this world, but I mean, then you get some people saying, yes, but that's just a reflection of your own thoughts, your own perspectives. There are so many ways to look at it. I'm one of those types of people that tends to take a picture or whatever and then does everything I can to the picture to see it from as many ways as possible, and then by the end of it I'm actually no closer to making a determination. The only difference is that I've actually just looked at it from lots of different angles, and you know, I mean, you could argue that we create this world, and therefore, as a catalyst for growth and expansion, we also set up our own challenges in the guise of things like, oh, it's September the 11th, I've just realised that. 9/11, 19 years ago. Where was I? Because we know that there are, according to the realm of psychology, that there are sociopaths and narcissists and psychopaths and all kinds of things. So, I mean, that angle is there, that is something that is present in this reality, but you could argue, oh, if this is all about me, those aspects which are playing out in a material realm are just reflections of aspects of myself. But then, you know, it's difficult because I think it's a case of looking at it from different scales. You can look at it from the individual scale, or you can look at it from the group scale, or you can look at it from a realm-wide scale, or, you know. I mean, that might be why the symmetry stuff has I mean, I know it's not just me that's been doing it. When I've gone on Instagram, I followed quite a lot of people who are also doing a lot of symmetry work for the sky and other stuff. It's not just me that's doing it. I know that it's a, and this is how you realise that there's obviously something bigger working through people. You know, it's like massive. Seems to be this kind of, a lot of people are now getting into symmetry and mirroring, all kinds of things. For me, the way I see it is that it's a gateway to seeing something else, seeing stuff. I hope, how is Portland? I've just realised, like, you're in the epicenter of chaos right now, so, Mr. like, I do know what history for sinister means. Well, sinister, or that's just the way it is when people win wars. They wipe out everything from the losing side. Although it's quite clear that actually there may have been a number of environmental factors that were at play, and for instance the idea that America is actually Tartaria, that the Moors and stuff were there already, and there's an idea that maybe there was a giant cataclysmic event. I think it was like, what was that? Andreas, Fault 1, 11 San Andreas. It's called, but no, wasn't that one? It was the Madrid. I can't remember now. But anyway, one of those big events, and I think what happened was that a lot of natural stuff will basically render. But then again, I've seen images of, what was that? One of those apparent fires or something in one of the towns, like San Francisco, the San Francisco earthquake, and when you look at it, you notice how that's no fucking earthquake. It looks like a nuclear explosion went off. So we've had our history purposely changed and twisted and hidden from us. I know that for sure. Why? Well, there's so many reasons why, but I mean, part of me can't help but think that a lot of what's happening at the moment in society and in this world right now is what happened 200, 400 years ago during the last reset. I think what 400 years ago was considered to be the last reset, so 16th century, 1700s, something like that anyway. Do you know what? Have you ever seen those? Because I think America might be the land of the giants, right? And I think that's why it's so big, such a big place, and why everything's more spaced out and everything's bigger generally. I think, you know, I mean, they've taken up a lot of space, so you've got to kind of think about that, really. Why is there so much space, and why are those buildings so big? And I'm reminded of this idea, of this image of somebody in a room, and as they walk across to the other side, they get bigger while the room gets smaller, or vice versa. As if there's some kind of electromagnetic vacuum vortex-y thing that you go through when you fly from one part to the other part, you know. But there's obviously some kind of slight difference. You've got your own little biosphere going on or something like that. Yes. Just reading to think about the Great Wall of China yet. It's pretty great. I mean, it's very long. So yeah, in a matter of what, 20 minutes, we've gone from no clouds to completely. Where did that happen? What was the point where those clouds? Okay, so what? Oh, that's strange. Gosh, looking back over the footage, and seeing the way that it's moving, I guess. What's a sign of the sun? Oh, there's the sun. No, for me it was the sun. Let me just think about this. When did I see the sun a minute ago? The sun was shining around. Just going to just go over that. Okay. So the sun was here. Apparently it's there now. Oh, most definitely. They are giants. I mean, these things are. Some of these things are so big that I can't even fathom. You only get to see an eye here or there, or you know. There's some scaling going on that doesn't even. That's just so. Wow, it's got really dark all of a sudden. No, I haven't done anything. So it's really dark. Oh, that's interesting. One of the things that's been happening in the last few days actually is glyphs. I've been seeing so many letters and numbers recently, and it's just absolutely insane what's been going on, because I've been writing them. I've been sat here just drawing over it. So if I see a letter, I start to just draw over it like I would a cloud normally, but like this. But interesting thing is that it seems to be linked to my human resonance stuff as well. There's like almost like a code going on, and it's like sounds, vowels, and I can't even get my brain to get enough. Syllables, right? So it's been interesting to see these different things. And part of me is like, is there just thinking, it's just random stuff, but then I keep seeing it over and over again, and they keep doing my name, which is Lee, and I keep seeing Lee written all over the sky. It's getting to ridiculous proportions now. Yes. Did you see, actually there was it Creatures in the Clouds, her channel. She did a beautiful set of paintings. It was just amazing. I've never seen anything like it. It was amazing. Just like all these like beings that she could see, and then obviously they were the clouds, and then the ships in between them, and it was just like, wow, like it's just amazing artwork. I've already seen one that I would love to have. So if they were, for sale or something. It's gotten really dark, hasn't it? I mean, I haven't even made just this is what it would be like, just without anything. So. But we don't want that. We want to see a bit more colour and depth. So. Stuck my head out the window and say hello to the eagle there. The birds. And nature spirit. Interesting. Oh, wow, that's okay. She has a very similar style in terms of drawing on the screen. What she's done is she's taken those screen drawings and then she made really nice wooden paintings of them. So amazing, really. It's just interesting to see how parallels are emerging from different people from completely different parts of the world. She does very similar stuff to me, but then the artwork she made was just really amazing. I was quite blown away by it. It also reminded me of the drawings that I've done, because I also do a lot of drawing in my sketchbooks, and got a whole bunch of random cloud-like shapes in there too, a similar kind of thing to her. So just catching up. Story. Oh, I should really maybe if I had a live call-in aspect. I mean, I did do that a couple of years ago. I set up a Google Hangout and people come in occasionally. I might have to do that. I did that with Skype, maybe. I could get people to call in if they wanted to. I could talk over it, like I do. I think what happened was, oh, that was it. Google decided to change the way that Hangouts works, so then you could just, you know,
But she says that at the same time, I'm not going to discriminate against them for being gay.
oh, maybe I could do it. Why did I put 4D? That was 5D. Goodness. Here we go. All I did was just search Fly Dragonfly. There we go. 4 weeks ago, right? It was literally the third. Yes, back to your story. I'm just gonna just reading it. So it was paragraph minutes for about 45 minutes and talked about it as soon as he is walked outside and there was a paragraph flying it. Ha! Amazing. That's the thing, I'm really quick when it comes to looking for links and stuff. Good at that. I'm not a bad researcher. I just can't be bothered half the time. I have to admit, I am following some dark stuff recently. There's a lot of You guys notice this? How a lot of people you follow have just suddenly just jumped onto the queue. I'm not going to say anything bad about queue because, to be honest, I'm half and half with that. But I'm just a bit mindful that there's a little bit of cult of personality issue going on there, and a little bit of worshipping, hero worship, and it's a little bit scary. But aside from that, some interesting stuff going on. But I'm noticing that a lot of channels have become quite dark in their content because they're all covering the pedogate stuff. It's actually made for quite difficult viewing a lot of the time, so I've actually had to stop watching a lot of stuff, unsubscribe from a lot of people. It's like, yeah, I know what's going on, but I'm not a voyeur. I don't want to know the gory details. Not interested. I don't want to be reading all of the ins and outs of these horrific things that happened. It's not right. And it's like you just wouldn't. Oh, damn it. Something went wrong. Why are the links never working? Because it's trying to open it up in Studio for some reason. I'm not subscribed to Captain Late Night. I've never heard of him before. I need to look at your comments. If you have people going to you, oh, demons, demons. Oh, demons in the sky. Oh, demons in the sky. Oh, why are you doing that? Oh, you're opening portals for the stargates to let the demons in. I've had that one a couple of times. If I like that, well, Yes, I agree with you. I do wonder about that, the idea of we create, because we focus, are we making the paedophile thing more real because we're so heavily focused on it, How much does our own intention and attention impact that? It was the same thing with this virus, if I believe in the virus, then I literally would create the conditions in myself and around me to become ill and infected with one. It looks like very natural sunlight there. I don't think I've seen natural sunlight for a while now, thinking about it. There's a robin. That's Willy Woo, I think. Because these robins are having conversations with each other, you can tell that, and I already question question my reality enough as it is, and the way I see it is that birds are Birds may not necessarily be birds. And I think maybe that's the point. Maybe I don't get many viewers because it's just too different. Because, you know, it's like, it obviously can't be an issue with it's boring watching the sky because so many people are watching the sky, so it's obviously not a case of boredom. But I will also say, as a sky watcher myself, that when you've spent multiple hours sat here watching the sky over and, you know, all day, you're less inclined to then look at the sky from other people, only because you've just done it all day. You know, you've seen it. But at the same time, I also like watching other people when I get the chance, because I usually see the same things that I've been seeing again and again and again. Oh, you went over there, did you? Okay. Peering on somebody else's thing. It's not the most faithful entity in the world. Jump into anyone's live streams. Just find it really interesting though. I don't call them the controllers, just people who are trying to control, but I'm mindful of giving them, in inverted commas, more power than they really have. Mm-hmm. There you go. That was the acknowledgement there. You guys get slightly different phenomena as well. You get a lot more of this. I'm going to mute that. Oops. Just looking. Do you know what? I think you guys in America get slightly different. Slightly. I think it's definitely a regional thing as well. As something that happens in the realm-wide thing, because I think there are realm-wide formations that move around on a regular basis. They don't change, and what they really are doesn't really change. It's just the clouds and whatever around them that's changing. But you notice the same things. There's this particular one. There's this one that looks like, you've probably seen it. It's just thick cloud, but it has these kind of jagged kind of lines going through it, so you know that it looks like a whole array of networks of pipes and grids and stuff. With giant eyes, with giant robotic eye things moving around and all kinds of stuff. So that one is particularly regular. But I've been looking at FPV Angel stuff, and I'm quite convinced by the idea of a kind of divine or organic technology that exists, perhaps. Like these things kind of have a almost technological aspect to them, but there's so much more going on there, you know, like they're alive as well. It's very, very strange, but I think this is the thing, is that when you start watching the sky, you realise how strange and convoluted this reality is, and all the different layers of reality overlaying on each other. And intriguing. And you do get a sense that they come around and visit. I think that's the good thing about being in one place and just doing it from one place, because they know where you are. But then, to be honest, I think they would know where you are regardless of where you are. When I moved down to the Isle of Wight for 3 months, and did the same while I was over there. I mean, I didn't really live stream that much at all while I was over there because the internet was so bad, but I did still keep my camera looking out the window, and there were plenty of times when same things would happen. It's interesting, isn't it? Because if you look at the sky, you'd think, oh, hang on, there's a bit of blue there. So we should have a big, bright, diffused sun, right? That light should be everywhere. We shouldn't really be seeing a reddish, orangey halo like that, really, should we? Because, I mean, that should be clear sky. Or is it? Or is it? What is this blue? This blueness? Why is the sun like that all of a sudden? It's just unusual. It's not what you'd come to expect. Like if that sun, like why would that be so? You know, like when you start to break it down, and you notice like how, well, hang on a minute, what's going on here? The sun's not really behaving, and the light of the sun isn't behaving in a way that we would expect it to, and you were telling me it's kind of right. It's scary, isn't it, though? That's the thing. It can be a bit scary, particularly if you see it for the first time and you're not really sure what it is. All I know is that the world that I'm living in is not the same, and is not the one that I thought it was. That there is real stuff happening all the time, and I'm so distracted by it. I don't see how I could possibly carry on living a normal life after seeing some of the stuff that I've seen. I don't understand how anyone can do that. You know? yes, it's more east. East would be in the middle, roughly, and you've got southeast and northeast on either side. So yes, it's generally east facing. And I'm in Camberwell, so I'm in SE. My postcode would be SE5 in Camberwell, which is not that far from central London. About a mile. A mile or two maybe. It's not. It's weird, isn't it? Right, and the other thing is that I don't know. I struggle to believe a lot of the science these days as a result of what I'm seeing. You know, I'm thinking, hang on a minute, something's not quite right there. If the scientists had really done their observations and they'd really taken time with the sky, they'd have noticed these things, surely. If they had done the amount of, spent the amount of time observing the sky that I have, which is almost every day for the last 4 years, for multiple hours at a time, you know, there's got to be something from that experience alone. There's got to be something doing that has given me somehow, and I know that it has helped heal me a great deal. Done a lot of healing through this process. But I can't. The world that I thought I lived in is not real, and the world I am living in is completely different to the one I believed I was living in. You know, and so when you consider some of the things we see, then there's obviously a whole bunch of stuff that we don't know and haven't been taught about, and a whole bunch of science that has completely missed these things. So, and I'm thinking, and I'm coming to these conclusions through long periods of time, observation over time, watching, just basic, simple process of observation. And I can turn around and say, after doing that whatever they are saying about the sky is probably a load of bullshit. Whatever's going on up there. I'm not even a follower of, I'm not even sure about the chemtrails concept anymore. Because it's clear that they do spray stuff occasionally, but a lot of the things that people think are chemtrails or contrails or whatever are completely different. It's not what you think. That's another one I've come to. The chemtrail people are going to reject you because they're still perceiving the sky from the reality that they're used to. I don't doubt that they are spraying stuff to cover things up and do stuff. I know that is happening, but not to the level that people think it is, and a lot of it might not even be us. There's some kind of inversion thing going on. Like, we just don't get to see the sky in its real form. I think we've had I think the colours are even inverted. That's how much it's... You think about how our eyes take in information, everything's inverted, turned upside down. Well, whatever's up there, it has a spiritual aspect, and those spiritual aspects are communicating to us. Half of those planes aren't even real. They're holographic. Yeah, I'm aware of the ground solar minimum. Ice Age Farmer. A lot of the people that I speak to in Discord talk about ground solar minimum and farming and that kind of thing. The idea is to get back into being self-sufficient and growing your own food and blah blah blah, which, you know, is only possible for certain people. In a city it's a completely different kettle of fish. You're pretty fucked if you're in a city, basically. I mean, I'm in a city, I'm fucked. I think the general idea would be to eventually get out of London and go somewhere completely different. Yes. I'm undecided about my reality. I mean, all of these things could explain it if they're based on certain models and perceptions of reality, but I mean, it doesn't mean anything to me anymore. Because these are all things that we've created anyway, right? We've created the construct of the grand solar minimum. It has its cycles and its flows and its everything anyway, and we just... I just found a ginger beard hair. It's a nice colour. Need to stop pulling my beard. Yeah, the way I see it is that all of those things, all of those ideas and stuff are just don't mean anything to me anymore. I mean, if I see something, and then I will look it up, I'll try and find, you know, what they call it maybe, but I don't agree with their science at all. I've got no way to verify it, and just observations alone tell me that what they say about the sky isn't exactly true. Smoking gun. Yes. I mean, the way I look at it is that I dispatch with all of the preconceived ideas and stuff that I was brought up with, and then start looking at it with completely, like a blank canvas, with as much as I can anyway, like without, so if I come at it from an angle of everything they told me was wrong, and that I'm just now reality testing, and that's what we're doing, we're always reality testing, so this is reality testing. And I'm coming to that conclusion that whatever they're telling me reality is, it's most definitely not what they're telling me, whoever they are. They, everything. But that's okay, I'm alright with that, because actually it's actually liberating. It's a liberating, freeing experience to say, actually, I don't believe it anymore, and therefore I'm going to create my own understanding just through simple observation and reality testing. And different skies have different different styles. 57. I or an H. IQ. I keep seeing the letters ET a lot. Hang on, what's 5? 5 is E, 7 is G. EG. HIQ, 5, G, E, G. Sometimes it makes sense. Right. So long as people are trying to constantly tell me what something is or isn't, that's a narrative. That's based on a set of assumptions or beliefs or an understanding of reality that I no longer share. Sometimes trying to draw it is really difficult because it just constantly keeps moving, so... For the last few days, I've been getting so many glyphs and letters and numbers coming through, it's been almost impossible not to. Oh, you mean this thing? Oh, okay. Just as I did that, a little bubble thing came up here. This is why I use the enhancements, because they tend to, they really do bring out the oh, but then they could, it's interesting, isn't it? Because if the sun, if those clouds were really clouds, right, the light would be more diffuse. Right? At the moment there's just a fucking, it's just like a big bright hole in the sky. Which wouldn't make sense. So then you have to look into things like sun simulators and other stuff like that, which I think is a possibility. I think there is obviously some kind of technology involved. In fact, it's starting to look like that whatever this world is, it isn't exactly what we think it is, and therefore I struggle with the idea of theories outside of our initial realm, because, let's be frank, I don't think anyone's actually been outside of it. I sort of struggle with the moon landing stuff. And I'm really big into crater Earth theory as well. I mean, what I love about crater Earth theory is that it encompasses multiple things. So it could very easily be considered to be a flat Earth if this was a much bigger realm. Oh, Jax, hey. Hey, darling. The last few days, it has literally been letters and numbers. So clear. But the thing is, it seems Q related. And I'm like, what? Why am I seeing the letter Q a lot? And why am I seeing, but I'm also seeing the words the letters ET a lot as well. I'm getting ET all the time. ET, fuck with your sky. Lovely to see all these lovely people. Actually, to be honest, I prefer having small numbers of people. If I was in the realm of tens and hundreds, I'd probably be too shy. I would, talking to 4 people, that's great, I can manage that. So what's going on in the world? What's happening? It's 9/11. Do we have any rituals to look forward to today? It's a big thing, because apparently there are certain configurations in astrology at the moment which were the same as they were back in 2001, and so it's an interesting time. There are astrological alignments occurring which match the 9/11 period, and there is a consideration there will be ritual things occurring to make use of that energy, I suppose, but I don't know, I'm just putting it out there. I'm reading with bated breath. Direct support. Oh, well, we've got some amazing Skywatch people here. Maybe we could set out a group intention to call our friends to make an appearance, to come by and start manifesting stuff. Call upon the highest powers, the source of all things. Call upon my highest self, the angels and the dragons, the star beings, the nature spirits, the interdimensional beings, the fairies, the willy-woo, the beings beyond the singularity, ancestors, guides and guardians, I call upon you at this time to come in and be with us at this time. Share with us any messages and any wonders you have to show us through the sky at this time, please. If you could, we would be most grateful. Thank you. I always say that the source of all things, I don't like using the word God. I don't like using names. I don't actually think the true creator, the source, actually has a name. I don't think anything of a divine nature really has a name, because it's all technically one thing anyway, so why would it have a name? That names are a part of the construct that we live in, and then by naming things you actually solidify it, materialize it into this three-dimensional realm. So I don't think God really has a name. I don't think the source of all things has a name. And I think it does have a name, and it's not, you know, technically it could be of source, but it's also it's still in a state of separation, right? It's still in that state of separateness. It exists. It may be more connected to the source. It may be of it, but it's still similar to us. You know, we're very separated and whatever. But technically, you could argue that the fact that individual deities exist, there's also a form of separation, and so they too, you could argue, are also caught in this matrix. I'm just gonna put the kettle on and I'm gonna catch up on what you guys are writing. Okay. I've been playing with entity sources, logos, and the same historical force of my experience. Nice. I'm glad you got your money in the end. It's a shame that you had to suffer in the meantime, though. Jesus, 9/11. Oh, me too. The only thing I don't like about doing the symmetry stuff is that if I do it this way, it always ends up cutting out the other half of the screen. I don't want to miss a damn thing, you know, so... The sun's moved quite a bit in the last... Let's just go over the live footage again. Pardon me? Oh, that'll be the corona. That sunlight is ridiculous. I wonder if I just saw an E. I've definitely noticed the same thing, guys. I mean, I have noticed that if I'm in the right frame of mind, stuff happens. GE. LED. That's pretty much my name. I just keep drawing my name. A lot of the time it's funny, but I'm kind of saying, well, if you can do my name, then you can do other things. I just heard the nature spirits. See, I believe the birds are the nature spirits because they speak through them. Yeah? So occasionally you'll get these little. The best way I can describe it is almost like a bird laughing to itself. And it's like, hey, mate, I've never known a bird to laugh before. Do birds laugh? I think they do. But they do laugh. But I don't think it's the birds. I think it's the nature spirits that inhabit the birds. I think they can possess these things and actually speak through them. I think that's the purpose of birds and animals and stuff generally. Okay. And there would be another E as well, popping up at some stage, I suspect. I'll just catch up, fly over here and stay with me. Okay. It's insane, isn't it? Have you noticed this kind of almost turquoise blue colour? That hasn't actually changed that much. That's kind of been there for a while now. I don't know, is that meant to be that sky? It's almost greenish. There's a green quality to it. Some light. The zoom on this camera isn't brilliant. Why would there be such dark clouds there? It doesn't even make sense, does it? You know, you look at it and you're thinking, surely the sun would be burning that shit away. You know, there's obviously something there to create those shadows in the first place, right? I mean, I know that multiple layered clouds can kind of have a similar effect, but Look at this. You can see that grey thing, right? Passing over the sun right now. Doesn't make sense, does it? So I think carry on moving this. Yes, I think there's something going on. You know that old, is it Flammarion? I can't remember how you would say it. The man looking out the dome and seeing the outer workings of the realm. You know, what are those big ball things? And maybe they are the luminaries. Who generate the cars. We have seen a lot of red. And Mars is in Aries and its home sign at the moment, and it's just gone retrograde too, so you've probably been watching. I've just looked at your thing, you literally just said the same stuff. Did you see the footage from Dutch Synths with the laser beam thing? Now that's interesting, isn't it? DEWs from outer space or something. I mean, there's no reason for it to be in outer space. It could just be really high up, or it's what, satellite height or whatever. Who knows? I have to admit, I've kind of been really heavily focused on healing and trauma work, so I have to admit it's been quite difficult to try and keep a positive thing sometimes, because there's a lot of emotions flowing, but I have noticed some expansion of awareness as well. I mean, the awareness just keeps on expanding, but there are days when you wake up and you feel, oh wow, you know, like something's happened, you know, something's different, suddenly something's easier to do, or that I'm not being bombarded with so many negative thoughts, or suddenly something's just stopped happening. Do you know what I mean? Have you guys had that, where it's almost as if somebody's just switched something on or off, and you really notice the difference, Jay? But that's not going to make any sense. JC, is that two? It could be you choose. But then I've even seen the word pedo up there as well, so, you know, like, it was like something to do with Jupiter and pedophiles and stuff like that. I don't know what it was all about, but yeah, typing it, drawing it up there. What the hell? And then it reminded me of this thing that I saw once called, his name was Jonathan. and he did a series of videos called The Healing Begins Now or something like that, and I remember listening to it 10-15 years ago, and one of his videos was this thing about subliminal messages embedded in magazines and other things on the internet, and then the Harry Potter stuff as well. And then realizing, hang on a minute, it's a very similar style. You know, this kind of wispy, kind of. There's an S there, and I think if I worked hard enough, I could probably find an X somewhere. I think even there. Sex. You get what I mean? You've seen this too, I would imagine. Some of you probably have. And it's a very similar style. So I'm kind of like thinking, okay, what is this about? Who's doing it? It doesn't make sense that these things would be. So that's very obviously some massive object of some kind. One of these giant cloud formation flying island mountain things that we have. Or it could be a luminary close by, or it could be BRIO, or it could be this, or it could be that, or it could be this. Look at a C and a 3. C3. CC. CC. Isn't that Spanish for yes, yes. I'm just trying to work out what the hell they're trying to tell me now. There's a few. Because I've been really out of that place. Struggling, trying to keep on top of things. Anyway, I'm kind of just rambling while you guys are talking. I apologise. I need to catch up. I'm still at 10 minutes ago. What? Oh no, I got as far as Jackie talking about Aries. Psychic activity lately, yep, I saw that because that's what my comments about not feeling so connected because I've been focused on trauma work. Actually, the funny thing is, I am connected, but it's the flavour of the energy. It's because the focus is on trauma work. It's like, okay, you can talk to your subconscious, and your subconscious will give you an answer to anything you want if you just pay attention. And that's what I've been doing. Like, so every time I've had something come up, I've been kind of doing something, my own little version of the Sedona method, which I wasn't I was aware of, but I wasn't understanding of it, and so I then realised I was kind of doing it quite naturally on my own. And then I read about it, and I thought, oh my god, I've kind of worked out how to do this on my own. What is... You guys see any airplanes flying through the sun recently? Because I don't think I saw any airplanes creating those lines, so what's that about? Ugh. That's it, huh? That's what the Thursday rituals were all about then. Praise Boris. Everybody clap the NHS and Boris. And Boris, all fueled with that worship, then turns around and says everyone should clap the bankers. Could you believe it? Clap the bankers too. They're doing a marvellous job. Oh, ha, ha, ha. Oh, fuck. Boris, no. Isn't it interesting that he has that? It's not even an English-sounding name, Boris. Like it's Russian. Oh right. I'm just catching up on your camera discussion. I've got. I did get a. What was it? Ghost cam thing, which is like full spectrum type thing, but it's really difficult to. I can't do it live. I can't use it to stream live somehow. So. It's amazing how quickly the time can just go. Just stood here trying to think and read what you're writing, and then I got so distracted. Check this out. Jackie, the I was talking with the guy I asked you doing. Oh right, yeah. You're talking about Captain. Yeah, did you actually finish that? Yeah, you said that by the time he came out, he had a paraglider outside his house. What do I need to do? It would help if I actually knew what I wanted to manifest. But in light of not knowing what I want to manifest, I just go, I just want everybody to be happy and everyone to be protected and safe and what else can you do? It's difficult, isn't it, when you're faced with doing that. It's actually important to try and. I don't know, man. I'm rambling. You guys keep on chatting. I'm just gonna float around, make tea. I'm gonna roll myself a joint. I think. I'm trying not to smoke so much, but at the moment it's just. It's my only vice. So that can't be too bad, right? Smoking. I don't drink alcohol anymore. I don't take drugs. I don't eat shitty food. I've worked hard at cleansing and detoxing. I'm sure you guys have as well. And there's only one thing, just one thing. I don't even drink caffeine anymore. My tea is decaffeinated for the sake of my anxiety issues. So I'm kind of everything's just taken down to its bare, raw essentials, and that's about it. Like keep my meals simple. I keep my drinks simple. Live like a freaking monk, to be honest. Modern day monk, the only difference is I have an iMac. A monk with an iMac. Worldly possessions. It's the only possession I really have, material possession. Although I suppose my sketchbooks and artworks in paper and stuff are also important for me, but those two things really, everything else can burn. As long as I've got my tools to make my work and the work itself, that's alright. what's going on with my fingers? I can't even roll today. What is? Do you guys ever get that where you're rolling a cigarette and then suddenly your fingers become so dry that the paper doesn't pick up on it? And then it's like, hang on a minute, what's going on here? And you almost get a sense of something saying, oh, maybe you shouldn't be smoking. Maybe you've had enough today. You probably should just not smoke anymore. Do you guys get that? Like, it's like, there's only one reason why this paper is doing this right now. Because all the other ones rolled absolutely fine. It's usually at night. When you should be going to bed. Actually, there's been a few times where I've been so fucking tired that I would kind of fall asleep at my desk, and then I'd wake up half asleep. But then I'd have this overwhelming urge for a cigarette. I just want a cigarette before I go to bed. What? Half asleep, you can barely stand up, but okay, I'll just hang out the window with a cigarette for 5 minutes before. But stupid, really. Interesting. I'm not really using. I'm not using a filter. That's the thing. All I've done is the sharpen and the gamma. So the gamma adjust just darkens the color, so you can actually see it. Interesting what the sun's doing right now, isn't it? And then sharpen, which then enhances all the detail, but it also does this amazing thing where it kind of just flips everything around and actually changes the dynamic of everything. And I actually kind of prefer it. I think I prefer it this way. It's a bit too dark. I mean, actually, it's quite a bright day considering. It's interesting. I'm just not used to the sun with this much cloud cover and still being able to have this brightness. This is unusual. This is a strange phenomenon. Because there's obviously all these clouds and stuff that have been there, and they're literally following the sun along, and all this time there's been this little window right here, letting the sun through. What's that about? Doesn't even make sense. Oh, then I see this. Oh, then I see glyphs as well. What are you doing? You can't show glyphs and you're not draw. I can't even draw properly now. There's a tiredness in me right now. There's a kind of almost like a futility. I'm kind of struggling to cry. I kind of knew that. I got the impression from this last thing that depression could set in, as I'm quite a depressing person. I seem really Anyway. Because I saw you last week. I saw you there in the little thingy. I don't know what it is, but what the shit. Why would that be so? Oh. Do you follow the bet? Oh god, tea. No, I don't see. Oh, I've been smoking way too much marijuana. My tolerance level's not high. Therefore, it doesn't touch the bloody sides now. Interesting. And I have to admit, the marijuana does help me. It does help me process it. Lie. Not on us, anyway. I mean, at this point, I'm kind of like, okay, guys. I think I've had enough exposure. I think I'm pretty much conditioned and desensitized to a lot of this stuff now. You've shown me so many strange faces and wonders in the sky that I'm pretty sure that I'd be able to handle meeting a different species, at least on a not necessarily going to freak out and have a crazy reaction anyway. I mean, that's not going to happen, but you're quite a high vibrational person, Mike. The way you handle stuff and still manage to maintain that cheerful and positive demeanour is admirable. I wish I was able to do that myself. It's too late. They've already opened. They're just opening more. I think once they open, it's like they're always in a constant state of opening. One of my favourite ones is when there's a blue sky and you see the transparent objects floating around, and you can see all the ornate, it's like really ornate patterns and stuff. Amazing. I agree. Desensitized and ready, basically. I think that's the whole point, isn't it? I'm just hoping that I've done enough on a spiritual level. Because, I mean, physically, I've been trying to come at it from a holistic perspective. So, I mean, taking up Qigong as well, and incorporating that as a daily practice in my mornings. Usually, I haven't done it yet, but I will do it at some point today, and if I can, most of the time, most days, I'll do it. I don't know if it's enough. I don't know if I've done enough spiritually or mentally as well, so of course, getting better by there. What is enough, hey? Just love you. You there? That. Why does that username ring a million bells for me? It's insane. Because there was this crazy guy that I used to chat to called Jay, and I don't know, I'm just going to say it, and there was this one time we were talking about how, it was probably the last conversations I had with him, that he was particularly upset by the idea that when children have circumcision, that their foreskins are then taken away by the Vatican, or stored away in some kind of temple or something. I don't know, but it was messy. But then I kind of joked around saying they were used as rings of power by the priests. Oh, it's a little bit sick. I know, sorry. Probably not the best way to say it. Best thing to joke about, but you know, it is a kind of it's a bloodletting ritual, isn't it? So it's pretty sick, really. I've met many wonderful, crazy, insane people online. I wouldn't change any of the experiences over the last 4 years. As painful as some of them have been, difficult, emotional, I wouldn't change a damn thing. I wouldn't become a god. Plenty of golems out there. We get no news from any side, Jackie. That's the thing. Have you noticed that? How the news has become very, very locally centric, country centric, but we don't get any news from other parts of the world now. It's very obvious that it's about. Just turn that down. Hold on. Yeah, 4 years of craziness. These are definitely, these are skies we've seen before. We know that there are beings in these ones, don't we, guys? these are definitely this time. Autumn clouds coming, well, autumn formations coming in. I'm not even going to use the word cloud anymore. Yeah, all kinds of things going on up there.
I didn't say someone was that man. You didn't see the guy. The guy gave them a mad message. Leave them. Most of the people are the house.
Interesting. Let's just follow this.
You don't see the way
Really? Really? See, that's what I would call a holographic plane right there. Because that noise that it's making, that's much bigger than your average plane noise, right? I mean, and it's going on a bit longer. And this thing's coming in, so that line isn't even dissipating, it's moving. It's not dissipating there, it's literally moving. That's one thing. Having said that, that will start dissipating. No, it's still there, it's still there. It's still there. It's like strong curves. You know that plane was a load of bollocks. You know that plane wasn't even there. This is what I mean, man. Oh look, the shape is still there, everybody. That shape is still there. Hello. Shape is still there. Shape is still there. That's meant to be what? Where the airplane went through? Yeah, because that's how it works, isn't it? The dome has sentience. I'll take that into consideration. I am beginning to consider the possibility of the dome, yes. I mean, I'm really into the crater Earth theory and the possibility of there being other worlds and other craters and stuff, so our little biodome. Yeah, so nobody knows. I mean, I talked to a guy in Belgium, Willie, one of my closest online friends, and it's interesting because he is saying, because he tells me what's going on over there, and then literally about a week and a half, 2 weeks later, they bring the same thing over here. So they're like 2 weeks in front of us. So every time, all we need to do is look at Belgium, and the likelihood is we'll see it in the UK. It's very interesting. You've noticed this. I mean, now they're even talking about bringing in curfews. They've just literally sent everybody out, encouraged everyone to go out and support their local businesses, and then, what, a week later they're like, oh no, no longer, you can't be within 6 people, no more than 6 people, and that you know, and what? Just tired of the fact that everyone's just pretending that this world's okay, that there's stuff good. That's what gets me. There's so many wonders and things going on, nobody is interested. The 15th is Burning Mask Day. Is it? Okay. I don't have a mask, so... Actually, I lie. Thinking about it, I have one, but it's been tucked away somewhere and I kind of keep forgetting about it. I haven't worn it at all. I refuse. I can use the medical exemption thing if I like, but to be honest, part of me saying, yeah, but I also don't want to wear a fucking mask. I just don't want to wear one. What happened to my freedom of choice? Kind of got unilaterally taken away without any democratic process. That's what. So is this the way the script's meant to go? So we're meant to learn from this, are we? What is the human response? What's the human response? How do we have a valid, effective human response to what's being imposed? Because you've been angry, I've been wound up, I've been anxious, I've been stressed, I've been every single emotion under the sun. Now I'm at the point of absurd nervous, absurd laughter. Like, I can't even go out now. It's like I'm either anxious or I laugh. Those are my two options now. So what I do is I now, because I know I'm going to be anxious every time I go out, I've now somehow managed to convert that anxiety into nervous laughter and bold-faced grinning because I can't quite believe that I'm in this twilight zone. It's like it's the only natural response that actually lifts me up slightly is to laugh at it. Laughter. Because it's so absurd, it's so ridiculous that the only appropriate response is fucking laughter. You're a fucking... It's a joke. It's a fucking joke. How could you have any other response other than laughter at this point? So I do, I laugh and I smile. I show my ugly teeth to people if I can. Here. Way beyond absurd. But it's the absurd that is the saving grace. The absurd gives you that little anchor point to go, oh, okay, the best way is to laugh at this stuff. I'm just going to laugh at people from now on. I haven't actually had anyone say anything to me whatsoever. Not one comment, not one person has stopped me, nothing. And I don't care if they can call me whatever they want. Because at this point, I don't care what people think of me. Are you writing my name again? Oh, nature spirits are saying stuff too. It's a 7. It's also an E. Two. But it also turns into a 5. 52. Yeah, maybe. It's T. It's a code, I know that much. I have actually found a few things. It's kind of interesting. I'm just not very connected at the moment. Oh, 33 playbacks. Chat rate is 3. 3 again. They probably want me to do the symmetry, yes. There's a big old E right there. Oh, stop it, guys. Why are you doing this to me? Don't stop it, actually. Just keep on doing it. I'm not very focused at the moment. I wish I was more focused. You're moving too quickly. This sun has been behaving strangely. Well, the sun, or just the way these clouds part. Right, okay, let me just catch up on what you guys are saying, because I kind of got lost in my own little thing. Hang on a minute, look at that. That's an E, B, E, B. Oh, EBE? Is that what you were trying to write? Maybe not. Oh, there's a 5 there. Can you see that? I'm going crazy. I'm just seeing numbers and letters everywhere. But they're really faint today, so it's really hard. U and A, UAE. Right, I'm going to stop it from there. I'm just going to not draw. How about that? Is it fancy? Let me just catch up now. Okay, so we're going to start with only 10 to 15% real souls with 85 to 90% being NPCs, so we can't change the masses to. Right, exactly. There is no changing it. This is the thing. People go, we've got to wake people up, we've got to wake. What if there are people who are not meant to wake up? They're just programmed that way. They're just here to fulfill the role of whatever it is they're here to do. And that's it. That's their programming. It doesn't go beyond that. And this can be anyone, even your own mother. That's the sad thing. Even your own mother. Which is what it feels like for me. Government laws and housing treatment. It's cool. The staying at home thing, as an anxious person, as somebody who doesn't really like being around other people or in busy public spaces and subsequently has found himself trapped in a massive city, there is no reason for me to go out really, aside from being in nature and trying to find a nice little quiet spot somewhere. But even the park I live next door to is oversubscribed. There's always too many people in it. So you can never have a private moment in nature on your own, okay? Which I think is so necessary. Because otherwise you're just constantly interrupted and disturbed by people walking by or whatever, and it's like, oh, fuck off. Come on, man. I just want to be here on my own. You talk to my nature spirits about you people listening in. And... oh, but yeah. Gets a bit much after a while. You want to kind of be around people. I mean, I don't want to assume that everybody is a, there are, it's not a nice idea to think that there are such things as NPCs or there are soulless individuals out there, but I mean, even Dolores Cannon writes about that stuff, you know, even there's New Age circles, they write about background people and same principle basically, so you just, it's scary to think that, but then that's what the convoluted universe, or whatever it is we're in. There's so many things being written here, so I'm just going to just read, and if anything pops out at me, I'll do it. Oh, Water Dragon arrived. Just say hello to Water Dragon. Hello, dear. Hope you're well. Nice to see you. I've got a couple of US, and something big is coming. Whatever it is. I'm hoping for the best. But I'm not, you know. There's a part of me that's like, if it's my time, it's my time. I mean, I'm not going to lie, it hasn't been the most pleasant life. Anyway, the problem is, right, politics itself is the issue. And if you're in politics, full stop, if you've got there somehow, there's only one reason why you're in politics. Because I think even with the genuine people, even with the genuine thing, I think people who realise what it is, they realise they can't be in politics anyway, right? The real genuine people who want to change the world aren't doing it through politics. They're doing it on an individual basis, one-to-one, with family, with friends, on a day-to-day level. The people are changing the world, not the politicians. So yeah, I mean, they're all puppets, regardless. Get out there. Become apolitical. Don't support any of them, because none of them have our best interests at heart. Some of them probably aren't even human. That's not to say that's not like a veiled attempt at racism or anti-Semitism or anything like that. That's actually, I honestly do believe that some of those people are alien hybrids or in disguise or shapeshifters or something like that. I'm that far down the line now that the concept of a hidden group, you know, that whole hidden species, you know, that used to say that these beings are walking among us all the time, and they're just disguised. I mean, you know, there's lots of ancient lore that also kind of suggests that there is there was a reptilian species or something that existed at some stage or whatever. I don't know, to me, this is way beyond. You've got the manifested human stuff going on, but then you've got that's obviously being guided and pushed and manipulated in different directions, and you know, like it's really hard to be in the middle and also outside of it all. So I'm just going to catch up on what people are writing with me, but I appreciate having the company. It's nice to have some rainy Scotland. That's great. The red heifer orange. Alright. And he's also one half of the Gemini dynamic, because Boris is the other half, isn't he? Because he's a Gemini as well. So they're playing. So Trump and Boris are playing this kind of mutable cross dynamic thing going on. So there's some strange. And the funny thing is, the North Node is in Gemini at the moment, so that's the present we're in. We're in the world. What is it? North Node. South Node is the past or previous life. North Node is this life and our destiny. So you know, we're going to be seeing the story of Gemini playing out, I guess, somehow. The trickster energy, though, because who is it? Mercury. Is Mercury is Gemini, right? Gemini. So the Mercury thing is going to be playing its part. Mercury, the trickster, the low-key energy. Different aspects of Mercury depending on where it's situated with different luminaries. So we've got the trickster energy going on with those things. So interesting. You did a video too. No, not yet. It will be soon though. In a few months. Weeks. A few weeks. We've also got Saturn. Is Saturn retrograde? What planets are in retrograde? There's a few of them actually. Planets in retrograde right now. So basically, this entire year is all about review and reflection, because every single one of these planets has gone into retrograde at some point. So this entire year. I'd say the psychic weather is suggesting that there is a big push in humanity, a really strong need to break away from authority and systems of control, and that is being played out in lots of different ways, through lots of different perspectives. So it doesn't matter. See, this is the thing, I've been paying attention to different areas, so even you could argue that what's going on in Portland, right, these people are, regardless of what their beliefs and stuff is going on right now, you could argue that they are doing their thing because they want to have independence from what they perceive to be a crushing authority figure or perspective, right? And then you've also got conspiracy theorists like myself and some people here who are also kind of going, well, society looks like it's practically turning itself inside out, and I don't want to be a part of it anymore. I want to run into the mountains or the forests, set up a little cabin somewhere and just pretend the rest of the world doesn't exist. So I'm thinking there is a push, and one of the reasons why this has happened is the humanity, with realizing, I think, inherently inside of us, there's this desire for our own sovereignty, and that is coming out in lots of different ways. People are struggling against the system. The system is clamping down harder. People are pushing back harder, one way or another. Now, obviously, there's issues with political interference, lobbyists, controlled opposition, things like that. That is obviously interfering and really confusing the issues. But if you were to take it by its essence, you can say that humans have had enough, generally, of everything, one way, regardless of what their political stance is, and everybody at this point is getting to a point where, you know what, authority and government isn't working for us, one way or another. So then we've got to think about this in terms of an organic, where are we organically heading towards? You know, so there's an aspect of acknowledging our own sovereignty, determining what we really want, what is really good for us, where we need to go, what we need to be doing, maybe even realizing that global governance, global in inverted commas by the way, isn't going to work because we work with our immediate communities, right? And the problem is we haven't been. We've neglected our own communities to go work in another town, or, you know, we're not really working within our own local space, and therefore we're not honouring our own local space, and we're not honouring ourselves either in that regard. And so there's this thing where we need to I think we need to decentralise and start coming in a bit, you know, start working on local levels, and let it trickle up rather than trickle down, so to speak. That actually what we do on the ground, on the grassroots level, needs to then be projected upwards. But that means people need to get on. And at the moment, there are so many political attachments happening. There are so many philosophical, ideological attachments happening. People are very attached to their ideas of reality. They're very attached to their ideas of governance, of living. And what needs to happen now, I think, is dialogue, real dialogue. But you're not going to get that between people who are still asleep. You're just not going to get that. Water track, I guess. We've noticed that. Yeah, Dutch Synths has put a couple of videos of these infrared radar things firing what appears to be a beam of energy into the bloody California fires. What is that about? It's like, you know... The only way to deal with that, in my opinion, is to see where the toxic person in your life is reflecting aspects of yourself, examine those aspects in yourself, and then basically just come to terms with them, I guess. It's a bit like there are certain people that I don't really get on with or find quite difficult to be around. And I mean, they have plenty of their own faults and stuff, which I could get into and use as an excuse to deflect and project out my own issues, but actually realising that what I don't like about them is something that's actually in me, and that it's something I don't like about myself. And so if I see something I don't like about myself in someone else, that's obviously not going to stop the fact that they are actively making decisions which are unhealthy and toxic, but it might be helpful insofar as managing how you respond and react to it. I mean, that's what's coming to me at the moment. There's not really much you can do about these beings, but well, this is it, isn't it? It's this classic abuse thing that's going on right now. This is what's happening. It's like, you notice this theme of abuse is coming up, and it's now got to a point where it feels like our own governments are now abusing us through one way or another, giving us confusing information, telling us one thing, then you know, a rule for thee but not for me type issues, and all kinds of other stuff going on. You know, it's a farce. So you know, it's just got to that point where it's a form of abuse, that we're literally being gaslit by our own government that we apparently voted for. I mean, I didn't vote for the present government in the UK. Right. That's the thing. They've managed, because it's almost as if they know what's going to happen. So what they do is prepare for it by infiltrating original grassroots movements with authentic, real causes that do bring up real issues that do need to be discussed and do need to be sorted out. But there are so many things that need to be discussed, so many things that need to be sorted out. How are you going to get 7 billion people to agree? You're not. And I think maybe trying to do so, maybe attached to the gotta wake people up, gotta do this, gotta do that. Because we're attached to the outcome, we're attached to how it might affect us, we're attached to the potential perception of what might happen. We're attached to the governments, we're attached to emotionally affected by their decisions, the things they say, the things they do. We're too invested emotionally, that's for sure. That's what they want. They want us to be so emotionally and intellectually attached to these ideas, these philosophies, these ideologies, that we would be unwilling to let them go. That we would fight for them, even. And that's the thing, we don't need to fight for them. Like, I have to admit, like, I come from a liberal background. I became very enamored with socialism and Marxism for a while. In fact, for the last about 20 years almost. And you know, what happened was I became really depressed because of understanding what Marxism was and realizing that the guy wrote the rule book on all of it. So it's kind of like, wow, we are in a system where Karl Marx basically wrote the rule book for both capitalism and communism. He's venerated by one group and he's hated by another, but the guy is still responsible for both, right? And you realise it's two sides of the same coin, right? It's meant to be this way. It's part of the paradigm, the dualistic paradigm of left, right, communism, capitalism, blah, blah, blah. So as long as that dualistic paradigm is still being dangled in front of our faces like a carrot on a stick, And as long as we're emotionally and intellectually invested into these ideas and believe that we need to follow them to the book, that they, these things affect our belief systems, our own core values. They can lead to immense amounts of ill health. I'm just like going off on one, guys. I apologise. I'm not being particularly attentive to you, so I apologise. Let's see now, what was I have to do with thinking? Yeah. That's where I was last time, to be honest. Yes. Remembering to believe. Remember to believe. Remember to breathe. So where am I? Huh. Alright, I could have just reading and then realising, okay, yeah, you guys are kind of talking about the same thing I was kind of talking about. I think we're all on the same page to a certain degree. There's an element of I have to kind of almost be floating outside of everything in order to see it. But the moment I start identifying with it, I get pulled, sucked into that. I have to keep pull myself back out of that again, because it's very easy to start pointing fingers and blaming people and getting all ratty about it, but it's all just reflections of stuff inside. So it's not for me to get angry and start shouting at people. The only person I need to get angry and start shouting with is myself in that case, and I should then really be looking in and analysing why. Yes, the centre pillar, the whole. Phalanges. What does that mean? Phalanges. Yeah. Yes. It's the only way out is literally detach and let go and move the fuck away. One of my favourite people at the moment is the crappy childhood fairy, and she's really good. She deals with trauma and other stuff like that, so it's really, really interesting, and I've learned so much just by watching her videos, realising that wow, trauma plays such a massive part in our lives and we have no idea half the time. We don't even notice it. Anyway, she did a video recently about abuse from lockdown, abuse from these situations, because we have to admit a lot of people are feeling like, hang on a minute, this is going a little bit too far, this is kind of infringing on our human rights, we kind of need to start, this is going down a slippery slope. Some of us can see where it might be going to, and it doesn't look nice, so, we're a bit worried about it, And you get people saying, well, there's more to worry about, you think that's the only... So, well, no, I mean, death is part of life, right? So if we're going to die, we're going to die. Like, it's my time. But then we've also got this overarching control mechanism that's also trying to impose its will upon us too, and that's actually quite... it's quite unpleasant. And so this woman is... I can't remember her name, crap childhood fairy, just is actually saying, like, actually this is also another phenomenon, this is something that's happening, and many people are feeling it, it's actually causing people more trauma, and if people are trying to heal from trauma, then being in an environment where they're receiving abuse is counterintuitive, counterproductive to the healing process. And so in a situation where you're in a relationship with somebody who's being abusive, the only answer is cut them off, lose all contact, move away, get the fuck away from them. Well, when it's the state of the government, we're not in such a, it's not so easy, is it? We can't just detach and move away. It then becomes one of these things where, you know, what if you're in a situation where you cannot get away from the abuse? And then it becomes incumbent upon us to then actually go in and change our perception and blah blah blah. And yes, important stuff to be able to do, I agree. I think that's really, really good. But at the same time, there has to be a line, a boundary. We have boundaries, right? We have personal boundaries that we need to maintain for our own health and well-being. So there does come a point when people start feel that they have to protest about it. You have to understand that those people have literally been have had their boundaries crossed, and everyone's boundaries are going to be different. And some people don't want their boundaries crossed, and then they're going to go out and protest. And therefore, I'm alright with that. Well, it's painful, because realising how much of it is an individual choice is painful too. It's like, oh man, really? Responsibility. You know, because I mean, the thing is, I really wanted to go to those anti-mask protests, I'll be honest. But my anxiety got the better of me. And so I watched it from online. But my heart was with them. Why? Because I think right now, along with some of the other issues that are happening, I think if we lose our freedom, if we lose our right to assembly, if we lose our rights to protest, then that's it. I mean, we don't have anything else then. So for me, the right to even protest, the right to gather, the right to be around other humans, I think that's really important to honour. And so those people have as much right to be out there protesting and complaining as the BLM people do, as any number of other things. I mean, obviously there are issues with some of these movements which are being thrown around and debated and blah blah blah. But I don't want to get caught up in that stuff. I want to focus on what matters to me as an individual. To me, individual rights covers everybody, and kind of trumps everything else. So it's kind of, like, you know. So I'm kind of at that point of, not that I wanted to use the word Trump, but yeah. But it gets to the point where it's like, well, you know what? If our individual freedoms are taken away, then no one will be able to protest, and then we'll all get arrested. It's funny how the police seem to be very selective about who they're arresting and what for. And in fact, there doesn't even seem to be a very logical way of going about it. They're mainly going for organisers. So there's a guy called Piers Corbyn. Americans won't know him, but he's basically the brother of Jeremy Corbyn, who is a politician in this country. And he's been arrested multiple times by the police now, fined for organising the protests. And I don't know if that's actually happened with the organisers of other protests. So there is an issue there, maybe. It seems like there's no real hard and fast rule about all this. You know? social distancing in certain situations, but not in others. And ultimately, it just feels like the world's got. We're in crazy town now. Anyway, We're in clown world.
You know, when you were coming, you know, I was looking at the map.
Maybe right. So I don't know. I think it's meant to play out. Meant to. I do wonder sometimes about frequencies. Does anyone feel that they might be targeted or at least very sensitive to frequencies? Frequency vibrations, right? No, frequency is the rate at which it's vibrating. It's the. Just trying to get my understanding to it. You know what, the idea. Look, okay, so I don't like talking about it because I kind of feel that it might actually bring about the targeted individual type stuff. I do wonder about that now and again, particularly when there are really heavy days. You know, like no, you can wake up one day and feel good, and then the next day you wake up and it's like you've gone back in time 4 years. Like all of the things you've learned, all of the coping mechanisms that you've developed, all of the stuff that you've experienced. It's almost as if none of that happened, and you're back to who you were 4 years ago. And you're unstable and you're depressed and blah 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 blah, and it's like, what the fuck? How did I get here? How has this happened? It's like I've been doing so well, and then you get those days where it's like, whoa, this energy is so heavy. All I can do is literally sit here and meditate, or look at the sky, or maybe watch a few YouTube videos for maybe a few minutes, and then I get, you know. So, I don't know, then you look at the human resonance and you notice that there's usually some kind of activity happening around the same time. Or sometimes there's no activity. Those ones are interesting as well. Oh wow. Okay, so I just got this thing that came through that said, it's in between the heartbeats, almost like Gaia's heartbeat, right? Or the Earth's heartbeat. I want to say, even the word Gaia, the name Gaia, has strange connotations to it these days. So I'm kind of like, what can I use? So Earth, this place, it's like the human resonance goes quiet, and it goes to those quiet periods. Those quiet periods, are actually seen to be moments where the energy is quite low, almost as if Gaia's gone to sleep or died, or like the heart's just stopped for a moment, and it's like those moments where you kind of feel like, I'm disconnected, I feel like I've lost something, you know, those days where you feel like you've woken up on a dying earth, and then there are days where you wake up and everything feels amazing and great, and I'm trying to work that out. Like, is that a mental thing? Is that a time travel thing? Is that a reality shifting thing? Am I jumping from? Because some of the differences in myself from one day to another are so dramatic. From one day to the next, that the only thing that makes sense sometimes is that it has to be, because there doesn't necessarily have to be a stimulus or a reason. You wake up the next day and it's like, wow, okay, something's different. Like something's missing. And I also sometimes get ideas or messages that say to me like, well, you're having certain things switched off, they're reconfiguring you, they're doing things, you know, like, who are they? I mean, they're what I mean by them, I'd say your guides or whatever the ascension energies are, or whatever you want to believe in. I get that sometimes. Like we are being constantly tweaked and reconfigured and adjusted as well. There's almost like some kind of adjustment processes that's happening as well. I'm just going to read the comments again. I'm definitely noticing families, friends, yeah. I'm having the same thing. Having a lot of illusions about people I used to know shattered, you know, like, or getting to know them on a different level, on a level that actually makes you go, oh, okay, right. You know, didn't realise you really felt that way about me or this issue, or, okay. That kind of makes it harder for us to be around each other now, okay. For me, it's with my mum, and there are times when it just became very difficult, you know, realising that there's only so much I could do on my side of things, and realising that her healing journey is her healing journey, right? And, but realising that I was attached to certain ideals about my mother, that, you know, that I was completely unaware of. And it wasn't until I spent 3 months over lockdown living with them did I realise, I have some childhood attachments here still. I'm almost 40 and I have some childhood attachments to my mother still. What is this? Because she was the only person who could really rile me and get me to lose my composure, get me to snap. The only person I know who's really able to do that instantly, like, you know, without so much as a single thought. I have to kind of work out, well, what is that? And that really I really examined that. I had to work out, well, why do I keep having, why? I don't have this with anyone else, but the moment my mum can say something, and it will just like this primal rage just activates and shoots all the way through me, and then I've roared. It's a couple of times where I roared in my mum's face a couple of times. Like, I couldn't help it. It was just this reaction, and because she's small and standing right next to me, I'm like, you what? I'm like really, really wound up. I felt awful about it afterwards. This is how me and my mum, this is how things happen to me and my mum. We don't communicate until there's an argument, and then we communicate. And it's like, why do we have to go through this every single time? We end up having to get angry and shitty with each other before we talk to each other. What is that? Like, come on. So yeah, that was on me. That was my shit that I had to work out too. But realising that there was an attachment there to my mum that I really needed to let go of. Something I think that was actually affecting me and holding me back all my life. And it wasn't until I spent time with my mum again, having not lived with them for 20 years, I might add, so there's a bit of a massive gap of time. And, you know, well, there definitely is a I mean, that was the thing, the reflection, because I realised that I was dealing with my upbringing, what my mum had, like, what I was seeing in my mum was actually something that I was dealing with in myself, because what I realised was this cycle and chain of abuse and neglect is intergenerational. So what happened to my mum was passed down to me through my upbringing. She may have done a lot better than, you know, I know that she tried her best. You know, I'm not gonna slag her off or anything like that. I know that she did her best as an individual, as a mother, as a fallible human being, right? And that was it. That was the when I realised that my mum is a human being first, right? So I had to detach the mother and look at her as a human being. Realising that this lady is also a victim of the intergenerational cycle of abuse and neglect that happens. So these things are being passed down, right, through our upbringings and stuff. And although each successive generation may have tried harder or done better than the last one, they're subconscious. These things can be quite subconscious and whatever. So realising that my mother reflecting something in me, I had to deal with that, but then realising that there was only so much I could do in myself, because actually a lot of it was in her too, and that was something that only she could really deal with. So it was kind of like, I did my best, but realising that there was only so much I could do, and I had to also walk away from it. That was a powerful lesson. Because there were so many more things that was when I realised the role of trauma in our lives, and how it could so easily be somebody else's trauma. It could be our own parents that we're picking up on, and that we end up assimilating into our own core values and beliefs. So it's pretty heavy stuff. But this is all happening organically, biologically, as time passes, that this stuff is gradually unraveling, very organically. Just carry on reading because I keep going off on tangents. I'm so far. This is the busiest it's ever been, so I'm just really grateful. Thank you. I'm glad that everyone's communicating with each other as well and having an interaction. I apologise if I'm being neglectful. So you need to find what's divide and keep us disjointed so they can keep their advantage of being organised. Yes, I can see how that could be perceived. You know what it is? I think there's an element of they don't need to do much to get the humans to sabotage themselves. So all they need to do is trigger us into self-sabotaging habits and behaviours. And let's be honest here, the average human's coping mechanisms for particularly at a mental health level are not very good. So most people aren't even aware of what's going on a psychological or very deep inner level. Because they're basically caught up in the reaction side of things and the initial response to a stimulus. So there's not much. So long as people are not working on themselves and actively pursuing this journey of expanding consciousness and awareness, I think they're going to be much more easily divided and disjointed by virtue of the fact that they haven't developed awareness enough yet to really manage those aspects of self that are causing those self-sabotaging behaviours and other things. Humans are so easily confused. It's just all we have to do is be triggered into a strong emotional response, and our reasoning goes out the window. And it takes obviously time to de-escalate from that response to then analyse and interpret and whatever, intellectualise it, and what have you. Controllers. morally corrupt. Humanity was supposed to evolve beyond this in 2010. Yeah. By 2012, I think that realizing that actually maybe these things are, because remember when these ideas and things come to us back then, like we'll talk about say 20 years ago, right? As an example, we were in a lesser understanding and ability to see then as we are now, and so what we would see or the messages we would get then would be perceived and interpreted under the present understanding of everything that came up to that point. So that's why these messages and these things have to be constantly reviewed and reinterpreted all the time, because the meaning changes over time too. One of the things I noticed about astrology, perfect example, right? As you get to know yourself better, I found, just talking from personal experience, as I've got to know myself better, astrology begins to make more sense, and you can then understand, oh right, because like a few years ago I'd be like, well, that aspect of my astrology didn't make much sense, and I'm not like that, and that doesn't make much sense to me. And then I realised, well, because I was so out of alignment with my true self that I wasn't even in touch with those aspects of self to be able to identify them in the first place. That was a weird one too. It's just insane. This is a multi-dimensional puzzle game that we've been immersing ourselves in all this time. And now I'm realising that, oh, this game is meant to be played, right? This puzzle's meant to be looked at. They want us to try to work it out. Maybe that's the whole point. This is a game, right? This is like kind of sitting our avatar, our original beings are somehow in a pod somewhere in another space-time reality of some kind, and well, I don't know. Oh, you guys are already covering the things I'm saying. Like you said, Jax, I think some of us were evolving on a spiritual level yet. Those were years when we were slowly waking. Some people wanted things to stay as they were because they were performing economically, family-wise, and outright. Because the status quo suits a lot of people, and if you've got a lot of people in a kind of Stockholm syndrome, where they believe the governments and the systems in place which are actually hurting them big time, and they even know it's hurting them, but yet they'll still keep running to them. It's like a really abusive relationship. And I've witnessed it in my own life recently. Like, I keep going to the mental health services. I'm just doing it to prove to myself. It's like reality testing. I'm to prove to myself that they cannot do a damn thing. Because every time I'm running, all I'm doing is I'm going over to them going, please brainwash me some more. I want to be brainwashed, please. I need your help, mental health services. I need more brainwashing. You know, like, what am I doing? I'm like, literally, but I realise there's a reason I'm doing it, and the reason I'm going through the complaints process is literally to go, well, this has happened so many times before, I'm going to go through the motions and do it just to prove to myself once and for all that this system is completely bogus, that the mental health system is not fit for purpose, and that there are some serious glaring flaws in it. So I'm just collating data and evidence. I guess it's just a way to pass the time, because I mean the only person who's doing the work to get me better is me. Certainly not from those people. They haven't been involved. I'm in a fight with them at the moment just to get access to support. You know, like, they've said to me, oh, you can't have any more therapy, you've had enough. Oh, right, okay, thanks. Well, I mean, at this point, me asking for therapy, I may as well be asking for brainwashing, so what the fuck am I doing? Maybe I don't want your style of therapy. You know, Band-Aid psychology. It's like, it's just enough to get you okay, so you can cope with things until the next time you burn out. until the next time you burn out, until the next time you burn out. And, you know, you only need to burn out once to realise that that is the only ultimate end to this system, is just burnout. Yeah, that's the issue with the whole self-improvement industry as well, because the ultimate goal is perpetual grift, right? Just continuous. Work harder, keep on working, work till you fall on your face, literally. So that's not going to work either. Like, of course, there are plenty of tools you can take from it, things you can take, and that's why I was following it. But as I was looking at all these self-help videos and these self-improvement programs, and my intuition screaming at me, these people are just exploiting your need for healing. And the way they go about it is even more questionable. You know, there's one particular guy, I think his name is Tim Ham, and I followed him for a little while, and I realised, like, after a couple of his videos, that he literally just repeats the same old sob story over and over again. And what he's doing is he's relying on our empathic, or at least sympathetic response to that, and then manipulating it. And I'm like, hang on a minute, I don't like having my sympathies and my empathy manipulated like that, you know? Which then, you know, maybe go, something's not right about the self-improvement shit. Something's not quite right. There's something missing, you know? It went all the way down to no data. Oh, interesting. Okay. I'm going to go to the bathroom and have a moment. Oh, we're going to have a comfort break, everybody. That's what they call it. That's what... Ooh, comfort break. We'll schedule a comfort break. So, yeah, give me a couple of minutes and I'll be back. Turn the kettle on. I'm just reading some of the things some of you are talking about. Thank you. It's just amazing how much I'm resonating with everybody, what everyone is saying on so many different levels. Just gonna make my second cup of tea. No, my third cup. Lighting my oil burners, because I haven't done that, and it's my equivalent of incense, basically. I use jasmine. I was told, or I wasn't told at all. I read a book about fairies. The Witch's Guide to Fairy Folk and other things, no less. And just got some ideas about, well, I mean, I kind of knew before I read that, to be honest. I think I was looking at stuff online for different scents and stuff, but jasmine apparently is a really good one for attracting nature spirits, fairies, that kind of thing. And they love strawberries. So I started making offerings of strawberries every time I went to the park. I think I love strawberries too, so I'm kind of thinking maybe I'm part fairy. I don't know. I do wonder. My mum's really short. My mum's quite short. Oh, then again, I guess most women are, but I don't know. My mum was quite a short ass, and she was adopted, and I think there was something weird. I think she doesn't even know. I don't know anything about that side of the family, so there could be all kinds of connotations and things about us that we will never know about, For all I know, I could come from a long line of witches and fairy-related things. But my mum was into Enid Blyton and those kind of things when she was a child as well, so I do think there's something almost elfin, and I do wonder actually whether or not some of us do actually have lineages into some of these lines, like maybe some of the features that certain humans have, like their ears or their nose or things like that, or their stature or body shape, I'm starting to wonder, you get some people who look like dwarves. I mean, with their proportion, they're quite. So you kind of I do think there's been a lot of intermixing going on. I mean, I don't believe in the standard Darwinian perspective anymore. I actually think we live in a magical world where there are many different beings, and some of them probably did procreate, and some of them probably did, have mixed progeny, and maybe that's where we are. Maybe that's how we all came about. Who's to say? I've met several people who have very elfin-like qualities about their face and their person. It's difficult to deny, and I realise how magical some people that I've met seem to be. I'm just remembering when I had that conversation with that lady during lockdown, and when I was at the brook and I recorded those videos for the spirit folk, and when I had the conversation with the woman with the dog, one of the things she said to me was, "Ooh, you do seem very godly," and I'm like, "What?" I was just like, "What? Okay, thanks." Well, I had just been sat there for about half an hour, talking to nature spirits and meditating and being in a really high energetic space, so my bubble was really, but I mean I was also releasing, but it's like, you can tell because like when she turned up, I didn't get the best energy from her. I got a little bit of those kind of stomach tweaks that happen, when someone or something happens and it's not good energy, and your body is like going, oh, I don't like that. I got that from her as well. So it's kind of like this woman was clearly in an emotional, she was going through some stuff from what she mentioned anyway, and you could really sense it. But that's the thing, I'm realizing, wow, some people can really put out their own energy, and you can really feel it when somebody else is going through the ringer, whoa, gotta back off from that, it's giving me a stomach ache type of thing. It doesn't look quite real when I have this on, does it? But I get to see it. Let me just catch up. Right, so got there. Just gonna read. Alright, okay, Walter. We're living in a dystopian nightmare in the USA right now. Darling, it's everywhere. I think the world is a dystopian nightmare. Oh man, it's not good. Yeah, this is definitely realm-wide, I will say, or at least in our section of the realm. I like to use the word realm. It's less. It's got fewer connotations to it. I'm going to be all politically correct about my Earth-shaped words. Politically correct, or just saying something, just saying it, just like literally saying the correct word, saying the correct descriptor, maybe just being more precise. That's not necessarily politically correct. Anyway, where were we? Magnitude. Oh my goodness, we've got 2 people in Portland. Right. Wow. Now that's interesting, Mike, that you say that. The only chaos going on is in front of cameras, which then gives the sense, which will then be obviously, so it's now getting to a point where it's all being fake media'd again. Fake newsed. As we know, some of these people like to stage stuff too, so it's bad downtown. Yeah. I'm so sorry what's happening over there. I'm hoping that we're not gonna. I think they did try to do that here, but I think a lot of people just literally turned around and said, you know what, we're not having that shit. You can start doing that stuff to our statues and whatever. It just didn't take off here in the same way. It's only an issue really in cities. The country folk don't understand it. They're like, what? We'd just keep away from that shit. They're like, this is where all our money's going to, the city? Huh, interesting. You know. I think I've got some kind of wizardry fairy ancestry of some kind going on, perhaps. Although I'm probably a bit, but I think I may be. Do you know what? Have you ever heard of the term a changeling child? Changing to, it's like a Shakespearean term, and the idea was that the fairies would come in when you're a child, and they take the human child away and they exchange it for a fairy child. We did a little swapsy there. It's an old-fashioned idea. I do wonder sometimes. But then I also think Sleeping Beauty, right? Disney's Sleeping Beauty, when she's got the three fairy godmothers that come by and bless her with different things. Well, I do kind of think that there was an element. Oh, I just had a major shiver there. Like there was some kind of. But then I've also had the idea of a walk-in being suggested to me. So there's a combination of things going on there. I've had so many different potential things going on, you know. Like, it's when I was born, I died. So, I almost died. I mean, the likelihood is I probably did die at some stage, you know, or something happened. I was suffocated, asphyxiated. But I only found that out once I got my doctor's records back and then looked at them and go, oh my goodness, I did not know that. Why didn't no one tell you that? They didn't tell me I was asphyxiated. All they told me was they put me in an incubator because I was born a cold baby or something like that. I don't even know what that means, but jaundice a lot. I drink standard, just standard English tea, I guess, like this. But the one I like it strong, so I get a brand called Yorkshire tea, and they do really nice strong tea. But I only drink decaf now, so no caffeine for me. Although I did have a coffee the other day, for the first time in a while. I think I really noticed the day after I was feeling a bit groggy and under the weather, so I've decided not to do that again for a while. I also find myself subscribing to the Crater Earth idea. Okay. Chamomile, if I'm having herbal tea. Let me know if you want to connect. Okay. You guys should definitely connect. I think there's a reason why you're both here at the same time. Feel free to exchange phone numbers. I don't think it's going to hurt. I'm not going to be dialing it. Tea. Finish my tea. I let it brew. Perhaps a little too long. I prefer goat's milk. I'm not fond of cow milk that much now, but having to go with some lacto-free cow's milk at the moment because they didn't have the goat's milk I like in the shop the other day, which is kind of annoying. I've already noticed the difference. Cow's milk seems to produce more mucus, and I'm not particularly fond of mucus, so so yeah, the walk-in thing. Anyone? Yeah, there's the walk-in thing. I had a couple. So there was a time when I was wandering around the park, and I kept hearing these shouts, right? And it was one of those moments where you suddenly where everything starts swimming and you're slightly dissociated, and then it feels like everything's talking to you directly, specifically, and it's like, what? Hang on, there's somebody shouting something. What are they saying? You're a walk-in! You're a walk-in, mate! And I'm like, what? It was just a couple of people playing football on the field, right? And they were just shouting it out, but the words they were saying were so uncannily accurate and resonant at the time. I was like, wow, I'm being spoken to through everything around me. It was so weird. It was one of the first experiences I had of that nature. You know, like it was in the earlier days, like 2017 time, just after the switch had come on, I started to experience visions and auditory hallucinations and other things, which I put down to the spiritual process. At the time, I was also coming off of, I had stopped doing drugs on a recreational level, and so there were still periods of time here and there where I had been up for long periods of time, and I think during those periods I tended to have really powerful spiritual experiences, and I was like, wow. But it wasn't healthy, so I stopped it. I stopped doing that. Got myself nice and clean, and except for weed, of course, but I don't see it in the same way. No more alcohol, no more drugs. Nothing stronger than a cup of tea. A cup of tea and a joint. And that's my day. Okay. You know, when I looked into the idea of walking, it was a bit scary because it was almost like saying, so basically there was a part of me that died, or an aspect of me that was in so much pain that I was literally that I made an agreement to change with something else. There are times when I feel like that, because it's like the days when I wake up and I feel rough, it's almost like I do have to say it, sometimes there is a feeling of I'm a different person. Like you wake up in a different, I can't describe it. There are days when it just feels like, where you feel like you're a different person, in a different body, or that or the version of you that you are now is not the same version as the version of you from the day before. And there's an essence of you that is aware of it. Oh good, cheers, I'm back with my tea. So yeah, it's interesting, the sky is really slow today. Yeah, but the walk-in thing is confusing. It's a possibility, but I will say one thing. I don't know if anyone else has had this recently, but I started having an image in my of me in a control room, and there was another chair next to me. Like I was in some kind of cockpit or a control room, but there was me, and then there was an empty seat next to me, and a control panel. And then there was a door behind me, to the right, like diagonally behind me. And all it was a big black rectangle that you walk through. So you just walk into this void when you go through the door. And recently, I started having that image of me in a cockpit, just suddenly coming up out of nowhere. I'm going, why do I keep seeing myself in this thing and realising, okay, well that's one part of my consciousness there that's aware, but there was meant to be somebody else with me, but whoever that somebody else with me is not there a lot of the time. Like they've disappeared, or they've run away, or something. But occasionally, something will come through and actually be there. It's kind of weird. I'm like, hang on a minute, who are you? But then sometimes it would also be these, and it's also mad, isn't it? Like these other things, like suddenly like a crazy thought form, like something that was causing me a lot of trouble. Suddenly just, and I suddenly work it out. Hang on a minute, there's a being or entity here. Hang on a minute, let me try and so then I've got an image of myself running around the control room, trying to. If you've ever seen Steven Universe and the Crystal Gems, you'll notice they have this thing where they bubble stuff, where they get these monsters and they put them in bubbles to secure them. And so like I was literally trying to bubble this entity that is basically flying around the control deck, trying to cause chaos and confusion and whatever. So I'm like trying to capture this thing whilst I'm in this control room, because it's literally just running around everywhere, hitting all the buttons and breaking things. And it's like, no, you can't do that. And then I imagined, once I got into the bubble, throwing it in through the black rectangle doorway, and the void, basically just throwing it out there. And it was weird, like literally going inside myself and extracting entities and other influences or thought forms or energies or whatever. I don't know what the fuck that's all about, but I don't know if you guys ever had that, where suddenly you become aware that there's a thought form has gone crazy inside my head and has now decided to expose itself as an entity and is now running riot in my control room, and now there's my opportunity to bubble that fucker and get rid of him. That's basically what happened. It's just such a weird thing to have, but yeah. I was meant to have a second person. I'm two-spirited. So, don't know what happened there. I think that's what the walking thing's about. Somebody came in at some point, took over, and then I bought this empty chair, but the empty chair has now been removed. I forgot to mention that, because now when I think of that control room, there is only me there now. That empty chair is now gone. Where is that? But somebody can still walk in and say hi. How are you doing? How are you getting on? Alright then. He's a tall being with long hair. It's almost like something out of an anime. Blue hair? Is that blue hair? Just like visualising this right now. He's got blue hair. He looks like he's do you know what it is? He looks like something out of Team Rocket from Pokemon. It's that kind of being just walks through. Oh hey, what's going on here? Alright, you got rid of an entity, did you? Oh, well done. Entity attachments. And that's where I noticed I was just dealing with this idea or issue that was in my head, and suddenly something went crazy. It was almost like a blob of energy dislodged out of nowhere, just suddenly just appeared invisible, but then became visible and then started floating around my control center, trying to escape being caught, bouncing around like a crazy loon. Which reminds me, sunset, right? Twilight period. You go outside and you film stuff. You guys seen the rods? Well, I think they're rods, or I think they would easily be mistaken as rods. You've seen the bouncy things that they bounce around like something out of a cartoon, defying the laws of physics, and then they zip out of existence again. And I've caught it many times now. So if there's any videos of mine that you see because they're all archived, right, you could probably go look at one that was recorded during the afternoon sunset period, and you'll see all of these little black dots whizzing around, flying about. Bouncing around like Daffy Duck when Daffy Duck goes cuckoo. You know what I mean? Can you visualize Daffy Duck bouncing around? That's what these things do, just bounce around, like these balls. It's weird. And then I've suddenly heard Porky Pig stuttering. That's all, folks. Oh, I was a big Daffy Duck fan. Right. The guys are clearly insane, but I kind of relate to Daffy Duck a little bit. Poor fucker. Nobody takes you seriously when you're just hyper and manic all the time. Oh, they're just being that way. It's not fun. Oh, he's mentally ill. You don't have to pay attention to him then. Oh, okay then. It's the same with depression, it's the same with anxiety. You'll see it's having these so-called concepts, then people avoid you. I can understand why. I do wonder if it's catchy. Of course it is. Your energetic field overlapping with somebody else's is going to go somewhere, I guess. Let me, sorry, I'm just going off on a Daffy Duck. She's only a mile away. I still haven't met her yet. Well, I mean, the sky here would look like this. You know. So it's only because I make the arrangements, the adjustments, that we even get to see anything at all. I have to make quite dramatic changes, but turn everything up. But at least you get to see that it's not just a white, grey nothing. There is stuff going on. It's so fucking hazy and pretty terrible these days. All the stuff going on. Joint. Autodidactic. It's got two channels. Autodidactic and Autodidactic 2. I'll just share the first one. Alright. the. Is that better? That's the guiding. I can't do that. That noise. He's done it. Yeah, that's the guy in the park who runs the little cat cafe, and he puts food out for the pigeons every day. But sometimes they don't go over when they hear it, and they stay here because they're trying to eat the food here in my garden. So why do I want your scraps when we can have proper bird food here? They're probably thinking. But we've actually put some bird feed in. We've done some, taken measures to try to reduce their access to the bird food, and so they don't hang around so often. Only the die-hard pigeons do that. I've been following, have you seen Black Sheep researcher stuff? He's particularly been on this pathway of Janus for a while now. Janus is Jupiter as well. It's funny, it's kind of, is he Jupiter? There's a Jupiterian connection there or some kind, we don't know. But there's the idea, isn't it, that Jupiter usurped Saturn, and then we've been living in a Jupiterian paradigm ever since. But now Saturn's coming back around, and time for karma. All these rituals and stuff. So we've gone past the 9/11 timeline, so if anything's happened, I don't know if anything. They're not going to do it the same day 19 years later. Surely they wouldn't do anything so public, so over the top. Sunday. It will be remembered, so they don't need to do another event because the event's already happened, and therefore a remembrance event will be the perpetual ritualistic aspect to it. So the remembrance of it's the same thing that they do with World War II, isn't it? With Remembrance Sunday, and they perpetuate the energy of it by remembering it. As you know, worship is a form of ritual, so crazy times. The magic makers don't want us to know that they were making magic. Oh, it's a boring, mundane world where nothing really happens and everybody just goes to work and blah 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 blah. Magic's not real. Oh, these rituals? Oh, it's just a bit of fun, you know, nothing important. Whatever. I know you're lying now. This is a very magical world. They just didn't tell us how to use it. Wouldn't it be different if we were all taught how to use it? We'd probably be on the same playing board. But of course, it's not for the profane, is it? Link please to, what am I linking you to? Sorry, I'm a little bit out. Oh, Black Sheep Research, yes, of course. Another one like that for the Black Sheep. Oh. He's done loads on Janus. I wish I spent more time watching him. He resonates with me, right? You know this whole angels thing Jax was telling me about, and I've kind of the fact that some of us might actually be we're here to earn our fucking wings, basically, and I think some of us are actually in the process of earning our wings or have earned our wings. So I'm just like, I think he is another one. It's just, you know, when you just see people, when you feel people, when you hear people, and their voice and their demeanor and their energy just says so much. It's just like, he's one of us. He's like my angelic brother. You can just tell when you see them. It's his tone, it's his demeanor, it's everything, you know. He's very, you know, on a level. Right, and we can all, and I think that's it, we resonate with it. You know, I could learn a lot from being more gentle. I've had to really, I used to have anger issues. I still do, to a certain degree. But I think I've worked through a lot of them. Right, absolutely. Absolutely. I think it's so important that, you know, all of this darkness, all of the things that we are being exposed to, that it's also important to have that kind of, if I'm releasing this information to the public, I also have a personal responsibility of ensuring that it is received in the way that I want it to be, in a way that doesn't perpetuate fear. These are the weirdest skies. I haven't seen skies like this for a while. Not like this, not all day. Not really, it clears. Well, it's a different colour anyway, right? It's grey. It's not normal. The hint of blue is what really surprises me. Because it's not our blue, is it? Right? That isn't sky blue. That's virtually like a green. That's teal blue. It's more like a sea. The many-faced God. And then you think of the 4 living creatures. And that box of crazy and those amazing drawings, and you're like, wow, why does that feel so resonant? Yeah. One of the things I've learnt, or trained myself to do, is if I see something that looks a bit scary, I remind myself that that's because I've been taught to perceive certain things as scary, and that actually fear itself is just a construct in that way, you know, like in the way that we've been taught what to fear and what not to fear. Obviously we do have that fear response, that's a natural and innate in us, but there is a tendency to confuse our beliefs with our feelings, and that's what a lot of Christians tend to do. read the the Apocryphon of John in the Gnostic texts, the angels are described in quite a hideous way. So it's not like, you know, they resemble pieces of humans rather than actual humans or anything. Like they'll look like a tooth or an eye or an elbow or a finger or, you know, the archons, basically the angels. It's interesting that they kind of get mixed together, you know. And you realise that, okay, so the archons, the angels, the archangels. I mean, okay, so what role do the archons play? And there's obviously that dualistic thing. There's a grey areas too, and then there's that whole idea of like, well, what kind of world are we living in? If this is the one created by the demiurge, we, you know, stuff like that. So it gets a bit overly complicated in that way. But I think to realise that. Just need to read this way. It's interesting how unclear it is, you know. It's almost as if they're intentionally hazy today. Oh man, okay. Good night, Mr. Foreskin Vampire. I can't believe it. Did I just say that? Thank you, Mr. Foreskin Vampire Slayer. It's crazy. When you see things, are they faced as ships? If it's about to go, I face them. Aren't angels? And if you see a bad face, send you a Care stare. Aren't angels made of smokeless fire like the Jijin? The seraphim, the shining ones. It's funny because the shining ones also refer to the fairy folk as well and the nature spirits, which is interesting. Take care, mate. All the best. Drop in any time. Pierre Sabac is another good one as well. I recommend him. He's great for academic stuff. So yeah, Pierre Sabac is a good one. He's good with the looking into the in-depth academic and old texts kind of thing, Hebrew, translating them. Done some interesting work on that. I've got strange stomach sensations going on. So what, are these meant to be high clouds or something? They do look high, don't they? There's nothing... That's why they're out, because there's nothing that's low down. Right? So they're high and distant. But it's interesting, isn't it? Because that's the same kind of shape and array that I keep seeing all the time, you know. That collection of pipes and things, like it's all here. That thing that I keep telling you about. There he is. Hi guys. We're back again. They're here all the time. They were here last night. And this is, you know, it's starting to make me think. Obviously this whole thing. Look at it, it's not even changing shape. All it's doing is moving. It's just moving. So you know that it's not just random water particles. Hello. Come on, man. What, this fast? Suddenly it's moving this fast? It's just decided to speed up all of a sudden? Interesting. I love it. Absolutely love it. Because it's just more confirmation for me. Like, hey guys, you're up there. Alright. You alright guys? I say thank you to them in the evenings and good night, and I ask to have drinks so we can talk with them properly, and I think I understand that. So. All I'm doing is just drawing the blue bits as much as I can, but they keep moving, so. If you pay enough attention, you'll realise that it obviously lends itself to making glyphs and numbers and letters, right? But because I know or feel in my heart that these things are sentient or aware, or there's somebody driving it and doing these things, that then there is a definite sense of, you know, okay, we'll just send them some letters and play with them for a while, you know. I think they do it to keep me busy. Cheeky shits. They know I mean it lovingly. Thing is, I don't even know if these things are even nice. They could be the evil overlords controlling everything, reptilian, nasty, whatever's, and I wouldn't fucking know, would I? Oh guys, hey, you could be the controllers of everything, and I wouldn't have a clue. Oh great sky dogs. Oh man. But considering strong to yeah, so we were maybe picking on the reptilians a bit too much. I mean, any number of the dark penguin overlords. Yeah, I don't know. All I know, see, but I've deliberately chosen to see it as a positive thing, you know, because it's like, as over time, and I'm not just the only one here. I know that Mike and Jackie have both experienced the same thing, that over time when they're engaging with the observation of the sky and noticing how it is responding and interacting with us, that there is actually an energy exchange of some kind where there is information. Look at this. You've got this, what is that, a bird? Is that a plane? Come in here, look at this. What is he? Bye. And then you've got a plane here. Obviously, that was perfectly giving you an example. Two different objects flying in the sky. That tiny bird flying faster than this plane? Really? What does that say? This is what I mean. Nothing makes sense. It even looked like it was higher up. Anyway, so I look at it really positive vibe, because I'm thinking I've learned stuff from this. I've gotten great healing from just by watching, and seeing these beautiful light codes within the symmetry as well. I think, look at this. Looking at these amazing forms that are being created here. The way I see it is that this stuff has an energy about it, which I'm then receiving, and that is having a direct effect and influence in my life, in my mind, in my healing process. So if it's doing that, then I can only assume that there is a beautiful, positive experience here. And let's also, point out that it's not exactly obvious for most people to see these things. Even for me, like, I'm drawing it and stuff, and I know that there are things there, and I can partially see them, but I can't see all of it. I know that they're still quite hidden to a certain extent. But by observation from the things that I can see, I know that it doesn't all add up, and that there are things flying above us all the time. And I think, I like to think that they are keeping an eye on us. I'm kind of gotten used to the idea that we are never alone, that we're always being watched, and so there is that as well. Drawing hasn't been too great, really. I'm only half trying. Normally I've been a bit more focused. I'm just going to read. Guys have gone on a bit since I last looked. Normal? Not normal. What is normal? Where was I? Okay, I watched the intellectual class on Lex Friedman YouTube channel. I haven't heard of him before. They all must know what we know, but they can't speak out because of fear of being ridiculed and outcasted. I'm going to look him up. I can make Kevin... I'm going to make you all moderators, and then you can post your links. How about that? I'll do a Robin. I'll just make everybody a mod. Why not? There's also a thing that rotates, like there's this energy that is rotating. So I'll say for the last few days, around the the late afternoon or early evening time, I've been getting this headiness. Like my head would get hot, my ears would get hot. It would feel like you would be the beginnings of feeling run down or having a cold type of thing, but it's more like inflammation in the head. And you feel a bit tired and a little bit, and then you can kind of almost start drifting off, and sometimes just slipping into a state of meditation without realizing it. I've noticed that for the last few days. Was it me or was that shadow of that airplane going faster than the airplane? Right, but do you know what? That feeling just occurred, but it's getting later as the day progresses. A bit like how the moonrise gets later throughout the evening as days progress. It's like a rotation. It's almost like there's an energy going around that does things, and it's just you notice it. You know, it's like the cycles of these things. See, every time I open a link, it goes YouTube Studio. I've never heard of this person before. He seems very science-based. Oh, he does all kinds of things now. He even did some shows with Vsauce or something. Oh man. Yeah, I got distracted, sorry. I'm just looking now. They're very high up. What I like doing actually is going back through the got to that stage, and then you even get to see some I can't even draw today. What is wrong with me? Oh, tell me about it. So when I do this, my morning's gone. I haven't done any of my routine. I don't normally do it, but I don't mind having another routine. Today will be my day off the routine. How about that? There's no reason. There's no need to. You can hear that noise though, right? You can hear that sound of an engine slowing down. So there's obviously something flying over us. Right now you can hear it. All I have to do is just keep drawing all the enormous shapes. And I'm just constantly reality testing them, proving look, these shapes should be morphing. If this was a real cloud, why are they all moving along in unison? They should be morphing. They should be twirling and changing shape, and they're not. These shapes are remaining static and they're just moving, and they only change shape insofar as perspective. So it's still the same shape, it only looks a little bit different from a few, because it's literally just moving, right? It's the kind of change you'd expect, but that diamond is still there. So I always go, that's my basics. I go, well, that shouldn't be happening, and that shouldn't be happening, and that shouldn't be happening. That doesn't really go with my understanding or experience of clouds generally. So then you know that there's something else going on there. Look at this. And you realise that it's all about perspective as well. You're moving again. See, you're moving fast, but you're not changing your shape. You're keeping your shape. So you're defeating yourself by doing that. But I don't think you care, because if you did care, you would be making more of an effort to hide yourself. But you're not. You're still there. I can see little eye machines there. So this is what I'm thinking, Jax. This is the angel technology. This is the angel technology. This is the FPV angel people are talking about, I reckon. These are the machines that come down, the organic tech or whatever, or maybe that come down and do things, that keep an eye on stuff. Organic tech. Biotech. I don't know whatever you want to call it. You know this is all part of a giant machine that's only partially visible. The fact that we can even see this, I think, kind of says a lot, but yeah, exactly. Seems unlikely that we would see the same letters over and over again, that I would be able to write my name over and over again. They like the fact that my name is so short and easy to write. Lee, well, we can do an E, we can do an L as well, we can do those. We can even do 5 instead of E. And then we'll tell you it's an E by putting those bits on it too. Look at that, Lee, that's an E and a 5. They both serve the same value. So they're also they are literally training me how to read certain codes, and then realizing it's the same code that the QAnonymous people are sorting out. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? I can't believe it, but apparently it is. Looking at these things that he's doing, and then I'm seeing what I'm finding out, and I'm going, wow, there's a link here. And it's not just that, it's also my human resonance stuff as well. You know, it's like, what? And these things are aware and conscious, so that thing is this thing, and it's still the same shape. See? It's just shifted around. That's all. It's just turning. Now, I think of these guys as my friends, but I mean, for all I know, they could be my enslavers, so. But hey, We're going to go for the positive way, that G. I think that's even a word there. It's kind of like, right angles. Right angles, guys. Another angles. Not just right angles. This isn't. These are cards. Yeah, eventually you've got to come to some conclusions that there's something more going on up there, you know. But of course we're not going to notice this when it's going to look like this. And they don't, I mean, the clouds themselves aren't even that important. It's, you begin to realise that this is all about lines and perspective. So this thing is massive, as you can probably guess. It does make you wonder as well, the whole kind of massive Earth concept. Like, I think it is much bigger than it. I think multiple scales of reality can happen here. And, you know, it might explain why America seems to have everything slightly bigger than outside. Could be the giant stuff. And life-size giants. I don't even know what a planet is anymore. What is a planet anyway? I don't even know if we're on one. I look at that. Some people see hexagons, I've noticed. There's definitely a lot of hectagonal aspects too. But the thing is, I see a lot of it as being the same thing. So to me, it's like, it's just an intricate, I see it as this complex, intricate set of things going on here. You know, it's not, it doesn't seem very aerodynamic, put it that way. Who knows, you know, like, I'm only seeing, this is just a portion of it. I mean, like, for some reason ITNL. ITNL? What could we need? In the sky, I think we must have been sprayed quite early or something. Oh look, I'm going back 1 to 0 right here. Have you noticed also there's this line here? Is that's not in the middle though, is it? No, it's not. That line. movement. So there's some kind of corner bit here. A break in the cloak. Right? Do you know that when these things move, if you catch a corner, it almost exposes itself until it rotates into the same direction? I know at this point I'm way into the fringe aspect now, but look at that, that's an A. A. That's a 9 backwards. Sorry, a 9 or an E backwards. 96. That's that A could be an I as well. I rolled a 6. A rolled a 6. Oh shit. Just turning that down. In fact, I'm going to just turn that down because music. Oh shit, that's my Sainsbury's delivery. Huh. Okay guys, I'm going to have to take a 10-15 minute break while I sort this shit out. I forgot about that. I completely forgot about my Sainsbury's delivery. Let me just check the email because... So I'm getting my food delivered because more often than usual than I would really want to, but good news, all of the stuff you've asked for is in today's shop. Oh, fantastic. No worries there then. Okay guys, I'll be back in a bit.
Yeah, mate, you alright? Alright. Can't complain, enjoying the sunshine, personally speaking. Would you like shopping?
We can take one each and just, yeah.
No pops. Up to you, mate, up to you. Ladies first, what do you say to that?
going on a date. I might be out of Camberwell soon. Try safe now. Wow, he was hyper cheerful. Well, look at that. So I'm gonna put my food away without getting too distracted, but oh wow, it's become even more obvious. The fact that I even have to turn up the gamma so much in order to get it done says this. So this is meant to be a clear blue sky. It is very clearly hazy today. And why is there this big long thing? Seems connected to that too. Interesting. Just catching up on what you were saying. That would make a bit of sense, wouldn't it? Well, because there could be like an exit out of Argentina way. And there's the gates, the true gates of Hercules, pillars of Hercules, whatever you want to call them. And also depending on the configuration of where all the continents are as well. Because I'm assuming that we don't have all of the information anyway. The maps we have show us only what we're allowed to see, right? Just because that's the world map doesn't mean that there are things that are not hiding. Not hiding? Things that they're hiding. Because it's that high, right? There is no way you would see something that big, that long. You notice how this line just suddenly appears? Okay, we're going to do it again. We're reality testing. So what I'm doing is drawing the shapes, and in doing so we are mapping how they are changing over time. There's some kind of distortion there, but there's a round thing coming up there. There's also something like that, and it goes around like that. Oh shit. And then shit again. Drawn this terribly, but that's because it's a lot more look. That's connected to that, and that's connected there. It's interesting because as I'm drawing it, it seems to clarify itself. Oh, then there's this thing here. Round there. Roundish. What the fuck is that? Bear in mind, this is a relatively clear sky. I mean, it's hazy. That's why it's like this. So this is meant to be our blue, what's left of our blue sky today. This. Again. Oh. Okay guys, you've had your fun. We have to cover up the sky now. Funny that. Oh, you've got an eye there as well though, mate, so I know who you are. One of us, one of us, one of us. Oh, look, here we go. Mr. Pyramid. Oh, see, you can see it. Pyramid. Pyramid and green, so I'll go to black. Just pyramidic type. And then a line going there. What is that? Right, you see that, right? Oh, but then we can even go so far as to go. So what? There's perspective here, but there would be a line going on there too. Now it's turning into a 3. It's almost like there's a building on top there. Can you see that? Interesting. Like arches, like a giant fortress or something. Right on the top of that cloud. And you can still see remnants. Triangle as it's turned that way and going backwards. So the triangle has turned that way and then fell back to in. Wow. So now it's shifting. You can still see the triangle. Ah, look. The background shape is still there. Sorry, my food. There's some geometric distortion happening. So this thing's stretching out as it's going on there, so it's coming in this way. Is it Saturn's scythe? Why am I getting Saturn's scythe coming through? You reap what you sow. as it turns in roughly that direction, this thing, which was actually out here like that, has gradually gone that way. We're watching something huge turning around. Really big. Really, really big. Okay. I've got washing. Food I need to put away. I did my washing the other day. Laundry complete. And now, let's see, look at that. You can even see the structure. Oh man, I need to put this shopping away. You know that chemtrail line that we saw earlier? Still there. And it hasn't changed. It's just moved a little bit, maybe, just over here. Slightly, from about here-ish, is it? This thing is coming in and rotating. That chemtrail line, interesting. So you know it's all part of the same thing. Right. What is it? Right, I'm just going to turn this off for a second. I'm not going to clear it, because I'm going to put it back on again and see where it's changed. Oh, there's more details. So I kind of want to draw a bit more. I have some sorbet and frozen food here that needs to go. So I really need to do that. Alright. Give me a moment. No. Whew. Oh man, I've got no space for anything. They just got maybe. That's not that bad actually. Next. That's it. Where have we gone now? So that line is still there. What's changed now? So look. If I go to current. Okay. So it's gone backwards. Oh, okay, I see. So that thing is now here. Something's going on. Make it a bit clearer for me, guys. Start another cup of tea now. No, that line where that chemtrail was still flying around. Just draw what I see. And if for any reason these things don't seem like they should be there, bingo. Oh, it's lowering. So this thing, whatever this is, look though, look at the shape. Oh, let's start with this again. Look at that. You got 3 parallel lines. 1, 2, 3. What's the chance that they're all linked? Keep an eye on the gaps between them. Note how they change and shift, so that will be in alignment with perspective. But in terms of so these things are retracting or closing or changing, but they're maintaining the shape. They're maintaining a sort of perspective-based, but they're all moving together. That's the beauty of it. They're not. These are really Random water particles. What the fuck are they doing hanging around each other? Surely they should be spiraling and being blown away. Why would they be clumping together in these hard, almost geometric forms? You could say, oh yeah, maybe it's frequencies and how cool, we can't prove any use of them. Anyway, even though we know that something like that may be possible. It's also too easy. It's kind of like a lazy aspect of it, you know. It's just frequencies, people. I do wonder about the Occam's razor concept as well, you know, like, yes, but who gets to decide what is simple, what simple is, you know, who gets to decide what simple is true, you know, but simplicity to a certain degree is relative. Doesn't it look like a LAF? Oh no. Change quickly. ARS? Yes, it's almost like the wings of something, right? When you think about it. They've seemed to have adjusted slightly, but note that they're still together. They've backed off, but they're still together. You know what, and that's what I think. When things come in, I think some of the cloud may actually be, because we think of it in the wrong way. We think of it that it's air, but no, it's actually water and like moisture, right? So these things are coming into our atmosphere, whatever you want to call it. And as it's doing so, they're literally creating distortion anyway, right? So it's a bit like being, if you're under a swimming pool and somebody dives in and you've got your eyes open and you're looking up, and you notice that as they come in, you'll see a massive white cloud of distortion from where they jumped in, right? It's the same principle, I think. That's how I see it. These things have like literally dived in. But I mean, there's nothing to say that actually maybe some of this, because they're so big, right? It's happening at a frame rate, at a time rate that's slower. And we're only seeing it from outside, away from it anyway, so it's a universe of happenings. You can see it now, that same object has moved. So now it's all the way over here. Remember it? He asked me, "What do you think? Any plan for the weekend?" It's being a little bit overly jovial for my. It's like, yeah, just you're asking me too many questions. What do you mean about plan for the weekend? What do you want to know? I'm just going to keep myself to myself and keep away from the bullshit, basically. I'm not going to go on a date or anything. Like, what do you mean go on a fucking date? Fuck. What do you mean a date? Gosh. What, in this climate? In this crazy town? No. No. God. What a can you imagine? Can you imagine? Oh, come on. You're gonna go on a date. What? This insanity is happening around the world, and you're asking me if I want to go on if I've got anything interesting planned, if I'm going to go on a date this week. What? What? Oh man. He was I'd say what, in his late 20s maybe? Early 30s. A bit jovial. Quite upbeat. Oh. As far as I'm concerned, you just came out of the blue, mate. Now I'm dealing with this really happy, clappy person asking me all kinds of questions while I'm helping him to carry the food up the stairs. And I'm like, mate, I'm just keeping myself to myself and just away from the bullshit. That's all. I don't blame you. But it's not gonna blow over and it's not gonna go away. Oh wow, look at that. See that silhouetting? Highlights? Like a cloud city. Guys, you're moving too fast. Can you just slow down so I can capture your beautiful visage? And you guys can see it now anyway. You wouldn't be here if you couldn't see what I could see, right? That's why you're here. There is magic in this world, man. In this realm. Even if this is technology. You know how science people would always quote that Arthur C. Clarke thing? It's just technology we don't understand yet. Give me a break. It's just technology we don't. Get over it. If that's the only, it's like these people are so logical that they have to rationalize magic. They have to intellectually turn it into some kind of rational. It's very simple, isn't it?
Thank you.
It's just technology we don't understand yet. It's just technology. What's the problem? You don't want to. I think I had a bit of an issue with the whole spiritual element of things for initially. You know. It took me a while realizing that science just left alone the stuff it couldn't explain and only recorded the stuff that it could actually measure. Anki. Oh, get it? could be. I can't spell Ank, but I'm just doing my own Lee's own esoteric version of it. Fuck spelling. Yankee. Enki. Ear. You see, because ear is meant to be this. Ear is Enki. Interesting, isn't it? And I have had this thing, is it Enki coming in saying, hey guys. But I mean, it depends how much you want to believe all that stuff. And obviously there's issues with the whole Zachariah Sitchin thing and his things, but then to be honest, a great deal of the whistleblowers and conspiracy theorists out there actually have come from a Freemasonic or secret society or mystery school-esque background anyway. That's where a lot of these people have come out of it, right? We wouldn't know half this information if it wasn't for them, right? So then you've got another way of looking at it. So does that mean that they're coming out of it because they're controlled opposition, or are they coming out of it because they're whistleblowers? You know, does somebody's background, like being a Freemason, for instance, or a Jesuit, does that invalidate the information? Does it discredit the information that, you know? So I don't know, I mean, where would we get the concept of Enki from? So, yes, and why would I then be seeing an E and an Ankh in the sky and then drawing it? This lot is a collection of letters and stuff that I don't think I have the patience to do. Well, let's have a look here. There's a C, an R, it looks like a 2. And another 2. There are 2 L's as well. Cruzzle. Absolutely. This is scrying. I'm practicing. This is a divination practice right here, friends. I mean, like, I hope it doesn't scare anyone, but this is something that's happening right now. I'm just trying to decipher what the sky. I'm doing what the Druids used to do. I'm doing my true calling, something I probably did in a past life. So that means my south node has been unlocked. Well, this is either my north node or my south node. I don't really know, because this could be my destiny, but this could also be something I did in a previous life. That's why it's happening. That's why it didn't happen until I was in my late 30s. Because that's what they say, isn't it? The north and south node, like, you have to complete a mission in the north node type of thing in your destiny in order to access freely what you learned in previous lives. And so there's the idea that if you complete certain things or cycles within within that destiny type thing, then it unlocks the other stuff. You could try doing the other stuff, I suppose, but the idea is that apparently it wouldn't be really as easy to compound upon or use until after you've actually completed your destiny type situation. So I don't know. I don't know what my destiny is. But I've been in this static kind of bubble. So I'm trying to work out what that is. That an O? It kind of goes like that, doesn't it? So we'll just do that, and then we've got a glyph that goes like that. One goes there. Could be an R. R. An E like that, and there's a T there. It goes back onto W. That's what I'm trying to work out, you see. So Crizzle. No guys, I'm gonna reset this. Speaking to the cast. Right, well, thank you, Enki. Anki. We'll wait for the next messages to come through. This is what I've been doing all week, actually. I haven't been streaming for a few days, but I have been doing this. But I'm trying to make sure that it's clear, easy to discern letters. LC. Look. 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 Cool. LC. Could be Lee. Lee C. It's Lee C. You got a double Y here. Oh, oh, we're changing now. So is that an A or is that a Y? I think that's meant to be an A. Y. Although that wasn't a very clear Y. Was that a Y, guys? Can you just clarify that for me? It looks like a Y. I'm going to call that a Y. So L, C, A. Clay. It's only when I put this particular thing on that I realise like how terrible the resolution is. You're gonna give me another set of numbers now? Letters. Okay, here we go. Minus. Also. Okay, love. Thank you very much. Yeah, I've been here all bloody morning. My sense of time is clearly... Friday, yeah. I think my days are quite balanced. Sometimes where an ideal day is balanced, there's usually one that's quite fluid and leisurely, without too much trouble. Me too. I think it's important to do it at the moment. So the world is wanting us to rush around like idiots and make massive mistakes. Aries, Mars and Aries, right? So everything's going to be heightened and possible conflict. So we really need to be careful. You know, like I'm an Aries moon, and that means I'm quite impetuous when emotionally, and therefore quite impulsive, and so I have to like constantly check my impulses and make sure that I'm not doing something because it's out of impulse rather than, you know, without thinking it through properly. So it's been a steep learning curve because I can get myself into trouble through my emotional outbursts, and I've had to really learn how to really get those under control. We're moving too quick. Thank you. I'm going to consider that to be an E. What is this? Whoop. Oh, fuck that up. Oh, but now it's turned into a 2. E. Huh. A 2 with, that's actually now turned into a stylistic T. You guys are ridiculous. I want to do, now it's turned into a 4 and an F. You shits. Stop it. You need to make your mind up. Yes, you need to take it slowly, like Jax and me. You guys just you're always rushing around. So 5, right? 5. 5 is E. Question mark. What? Can you see that? Oh, question mark, stylistic question mark, in the shape of an eye. Yeah, but you put E question mark. I need to know what the E is for. And then put the question mark in. Oh. Sometimes maybe they're just not. Oh, maybe sometimes they're just not making letters. Maybe sometimes. Oh no, they are 5. Look, can you see that? 5 E. Oh my fucking god. Yes, can you see that? Did you just see that? Sorry, I'm just having a bit of a moment. That was so. This is what I mean. It's so subtle, but they really do. I can't believe it. They really do. In front of people this time, you know, like, they do it all the time when I'm not streaming EM2. E equals MC squared. Huh. Wow. It's incredible, isn't it? I'm trying not to cry. Me too. So many E's. I know how to spell my name. They know EM equals MC squared. They know E equals 5. I'm caught between just elated astonishment and just like immense gratitude. Thank you. So what is that? You guys are moving so quickly, I'm struggling to keep up. E. Estimated time of arrival. Is that what you... ETA? There was an A there, right? It's now turned into an ET. Estimated time of arrival. This is why they're trying to haze. Is that a C? C2. CD. I'm not sure I got that right. We need to up the game a bit more. Trying to get this right, guys. Okay, we'll keep it this way. Oh, is that what it is? Wow. I think my nose chakra also opened up because I'm all bunged up now. I hope it's not corona. Look at this. G. You guys are just too quick for me. G. F. You need to go through each each letter that I'm meant to do, you need to make sure that you do it until I get it right. So you got G, F, F, G. You're calling me a fag. G, F. You're showing me too many different letters at once because I'm seeing a C and a T and a W, T, C. Okay. G, F. Oh mate, yeah, exactly. Well, no, there have been days where I've been more activated than others. Yeah, because you get certain days where you're bogged down by things or whatever, so you're not as. But certain days when you're really connected, it's like suddenly it all makes sense. You know, even the letters, everything. You know, just trying to prompt. So I need to start. But I'm also enjoying it. It's like playing a game. It's funny because E also has a T in it, so ET, they could just do an E. That's why they've been sending me all these bloody E's, because E can be ET as well. And then what do? They send me all these E's. Or 3's. 33 is also an E. It's also a W, it's also an M. MW. It's just working out the context of the letter with the rest of the letters. And they're just overloading me a little bit because I'm kind of the emotional process is kind of hit me a little bit. You've mentioned an ETA. I swear you said ETA. So I wondered, what does that mean? I'm guessing ETA 2 days 2D. No, 3 days? You're gonna fuck me around. Are you fucking with me? Right. And if you're too sensitive or still working out some of those issues, it can be a bit triggering. So then it can the initial feeling is almost too much, like too similar to grief. And the feeling of the joy and the whole thing can be very, very similar to feeling grief. I'm trying to work out the difference between that. Message. She gets incredible skies. She's heavily religiously indoctrinate. Right. Okay. It's interesting because sometimes you get thoughts and stuff through, but it's like trying to marry up those thoughts that come in out of seemingly nowhere. I need more coverage. And they still want me to take a break or something. Here. We'll call it an E. No, it's an ET. We'll call it an ET. I'm seeing ETs in the sky. How funny. Whatever it is, I mean, it could. This is the other thing. There's always the alternative. There's two views in my mind, right? There's something that's interacting with me. I don't know who it is or what it is, but I could always go down the dark route and say, "Oh, this could be a government psyop or somebody in this advanced technology that we're not told about." Interesting. It went down to 0 for a little while there. Where was I? So yeah, I mean, you could look at it like that. I mean, regardless of the fact, right? We need to. What's going on here? YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain a what? What are you talking about? It's going just fine. Fair enough. It's just a warning sign from just a moment ago. Obviously, that's not really valid now. Okay, where was I? Yeah, it could be that, or it could be, you know. So I mean, it could be anything, right? I mean, we know they've already put it out there, Project Bluebeam and fake alien invasions and blah blah. So we know that is being that concept is being floated out there in the ether anyway. So, like, there is an awareness of that, but there's also an aspect of that there is too much weird stuff happening that feels quantum, like way beyond what is possible on our standard 3-dimensional reality, right? That seems to be happening, and it then for me contradicts the concept of Project Bluebeam, because it's almost like, well, that's just about, seems to be more about controlling the narrative now. Retrospectively, now I look at it, I go, hang on, were they expecting this? And if that was the case, would they then want to try to control the narrative of what would be happening? So, and who knows how where everything fits in, really, but all I know is that I've just had a wonderful experience, and I keep having these experiences of acknowledgement from them through this constant reality testing that I'm doing. And to me, that is significant. It's significant enough for me to say, okay guys, there's something going on here, you know, I don't know what it is, could be this, could be that. And everyone else is experiencing, many other people are experiencing it too, but it's not exactly, the other fact is that it's not exactly the easiest thing to find. You have to be watching it for a while and know what to look for and get used to it. Right, and I think that was the point. It wanted to, this wouldn't have happened as easily if there weren't other, you know, I think a certain, like you guys being here is a big part of this. It's like seeing what I've been experiencing for months alone, and, you know, but knowing that you guys are also experiencing similar uncanny experiences too on your own, and this is just more like seeing like the same thing together and having the same similar uncanny experience. It makes it all the more real, and no government, no project has been able to, you know, can do that, right? It has to be us. It has to be us. Right? We came together through our own choices at the same time to experience the same thing, and that is not because of any government, you know, at least not on our side. Because right, and it's not just, and the thing is, it's not just one group. It's, you know, you get different flavors. There's more than one group. There's more than one set of beings doing this, but they all have their own little unique styles and their own little calling cards, so to speak. This is kind of like, this is graffiti for them. This is just like make it better. Look, they've even spelling my name out again. E. I guess, is that an E? Oh, like this. Is that a V? Lady. An M. E. Fine as E. Could be 4. I can't read that. I don't really understand what's written there. It's like an F, E, V, O, L. Flow. Flowing. E is flowing. it's happening live in the now, and I'm using. Right. E bit there. That was kind of like a W. Messed that up. WE. Is that WE2? I think there was a 2 there as well. WE2. 2 is B. Where? So this is an S, an O, so OQs. Start that one again, guys, if you could do that again, please. I could do this all fucking day. It's so easy. Just need to make it clear enough for me so that I can actually work out what it is. Just try not to make it too obscure or stylistic, if that's okay. As much as I appreciate it. You can see an R. RF. RF. Is that an S? Is that a D? Or C? DC. RF. S. Y. DC. I don't know if I've actually got that correct. Radio frequency. S1. RF SID. SIDIC. RF SIDIC. Left side. PC. Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is just by through the internet. So people from numbers matter, right? One of the things I learned, numbers really matter. Let me think now, because that could also have been an A. RH. It could be an H as well, that's the thing. RHS. That could also be an L. J-E.
Okay. How are you today? Thank you very much.
JE5 as well. It could be a stylistic. Could be an L and a T as well. Just me tapping my head. Oh wow, 5 hours? 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know why they do that. I don't like it when I'm streaming this long. The thing is, I'm reluctant to stop because it's usually if I stop and then I start again, it doesn't go so well. I keep messing with me for a while. There's an E there. Another E. And almost like a ghost E here as well. I'll cut them off it, guys. Are you serious? There was an L there too. Let's start again, shall we? Now you need to make it bigger. Clearer. More discernible. And I'm not going to draw it until it's fully formed and has remained in its form for about a second, at least a second. Maybe 2. 3. Is that an E? Oh shit. How do it goes like that? Right, because the idea is that anything they write is going to have the maximum amount of information with the most minimal effort or minimal form. So that means that an E, for instance, also takes on the form of an M and a W and a 3. AE33. So there becomes this like inherent code in it. It's funny that actually thinking about it, I did was kind of thinking I need to learn how to, because I've been asking, I've got to understand these letters and codes and glyphs better in the Schumann resonance as well, right? And I've been like, you know, putting my intention out there to try and work out whether or not I can try and work out what some of it means. And then gradually over time, particularly since doing this, I'm kind of realising, wow, this has an application on that too. And that actually the sky is literally teaching me how to read and write and code. Isn't that amazing? I'm being taught by the sky. And that's what it's felt like. It's felt like this teacher-student thing going on. You know, like I've been like paying attention up and doing that. It's actually taught me so much. I can't, you know. And then I'm realizing, well, hang on a minute, isn't this something that they used to do, like druids and things anyway, like that they learned the ancient wisdom through very simple things like, you know, divination. But first of all, you need to understand the thing you're divining, and the thing you're divining needs to be observed for a while.
Enjoy your life, because life is God who give it to us. Enjoy your life. You bow, sing to your people and that's
Maybe I should have a break. Oh, hang on a minute. What is that? 2? 2 B 2E B 2E B 2E B E 2B. I think 5 hours is quite a hefty amount. That's most of the day's work, isn't it? Is that an R? No, I messed that up. Just to be. Maybe that's a lesson to take away from this. Looks like there's some clouds just about to turn up soon. Are you bringing stuff in? Look at this. They've even got it here. Look. E. T. Oh, you guys are ridiculous. It's just using the word ET anyway. I mean, because they basically know what that means. We'll just use that term. I don't know if they aren't ETs or if they're anything else. I mean, who knows? What have I just done there? Like a really stylized E. Let's just go. It's an E, isn't it, really? It's an E there. Oh, they're having a barbecue.
Yeah, all it is. Why you want to take care of my ass, man? Yeah, you only
They brought a little barbecue. We've got some other friends coming in now. So that's what we would see without. I have to bring it in quite a bit. Say 75. I think at this point I might not even have to draw it because I think some of you will probably be used to what I'm seeing as well, right? I can hear. Wow. 6 hours, man. I really need to stop it, otherwise they'll edit it down anyway. What I could do is start up a new one, or maybe just take a break anyway. But clouds are still interesting, so it is there. Fine. 158. That could be a 7, I guess. Mr. B, you come in to get some sugar water. Oh, that's the wrong bit. I need to come over this side. Right. There we go. You can see it. You're worried. There's a bee that's come to visit. He's just checking out. I've got a little jar lid of jam with some water mixed with it. And they keep coming up into this window. Oh mate, you've missed. Oh, Well, first of all, I'll say greetings. Oh man, it's been an interesting morning. Seen some amazing stuff. At one point, while I was trying to decipher some letters, I wrote 5 equals E because that's what I was thinking. And then the next thing I know is that the clouds themselves then did a 5 and an E right next to each other. It was just incredible. It was almost like, yep, 5E. It was just, it was astounding. It's just like major confirmation, you know. So I've just been looking for. I've been talking for a few hours now, and looking for shapes, numbers, and letters. Glad to see Water Dragon's still here. So yeah, it's almost like a magic experiment. Like we're focused on this, and we've had Enki come up as well. There's an Ank come up, EA. We've had ET multiple times. We've had my name multiple times. Oh look, now they're doing ET. Look, see, ET. They keep doing. It's just amazing. We just need to. I don't know. I guess maybe I need to ask them some questions. Like, I'm just kind of thinking. Earlier, they did something that looked like ETA, which for us would mean estimated time of arrival. And I wanted to know what they meant by that and how long. So I'm kind of going to ask that question again and see if they can give me any signs which might actually be vaguely legible. ETA, okay, I can see it now. T, it's like a big thick T, and then there's an A shadow here, right? See, we want to do this as well. That's the other thing I keep forgetting to do. Because then you can start seeing everything, isn't it? So ETA, but there was like a 9 here. And they did 9, 4. But I'm like 9 more. We've talked so many things as well. It's been quite a nice live stream actually. Got to cover a lot of ground. And I'm hoping maybe it'd be nice if this live chat were to remain with it, although I've got a feeling it might not. So yeah, anyway, the main point is, you know, because I was kind of considering the blue beam angle and the fact that we've kind of been, you know, predictive programmed to an extent to accept these concepts as possibilities, potentialities in our reality through fiction and whatever. there is that aspect, but then there's also another aspect where you couldn't possibly have organised this number of people just turning up at the right time to see the same phenomena occur, and 7S, 7 is G. 5G, 5S, 5D. $5D, man. Was that you, Mike? Very good, man. Oh, look, there's even an M. M5D, MS5D. My Sky 5D. The month is 9 September, so maybe that's it. But also notice, whilst we're doing that this giant, it's not escaped me that there's a very hexagonal shape to this thing, right? This has been my calling for years now, so I think this is meant to happen. I think people are meant to be doing these things, communicating, because there's no way that they're going to be able to do it through governments. And I always got the impression, for a while now, that first contact is something that happens on an individual basis, like through collective, so through our consciousness expansion thing. So as you kind of expand your consciousness and your awareness of other beings and other things expands outwards too, so then the possibility becomes open. And as long as we're not too attached to a model of reality, a model of anything, because I'm quite certain that our physics isn't particularly correct anyway. Some of the things you see, like bouncing up and down, anyway, let's clear that. Don't want to ruin perfectly nice anomalitic sky. Look at this. You know that this is this ain't no ordinary clown. Do you know what? I think it's referring to the month of May. I think it's referring to now. Thing is, other people might see letters that I'm missing, so. But I'm like going, well, unless it's a FE. Trying to tell me it's flat. Maybe it is flat, who knows? Probably like going, well, how is it possible then to have ET and flat at the same time? Free. You could say it's free. F-R-E. There's like a little connection. Oh, E's still there though, look at that. Oh, well, there's an S there, so if I just line, it's like I don't know what that is. It could be an O, it could be C. Oh, it's got very, colours have suddenly become very hazy. They're going further away. Any chance you could clear up the haze while you're there? Do you mind? Any way to make this more clear and easily discernible? I'm most grateful if you could increase the contrast, clarify some details, maybe. Is that possible? I'm asking them. Oh, please, please. Please give me some clarity. I'd like some clarity, please. That looks like a very stylish 9. Kind of 9 or an E. You're just going to give me another ET, aren't you? 9. E9. 96. Look, it's another 9. But there's a colour differential that goes out like that, like it's all purple E.
Please,
That's
no, no, vos sabés por qué. No, no te preocupes, Álvaro. Yo estoy muy bien, ¿eh? Solamente vine a darte ayuda.
96.
No, Álvaro, please. Please,
69.
don't.
I'm thinking cancer.
I'm going to ask you for my keys of the house,
Set.
okay? So please, don't. I have enough. I always told you. I love you and everything, but I cannot stand the drink and the other thing. And didn't you understand that? And I came over. I knew from the start. When you don't answer my telephone, I know what happened. No bullshit, Pete. That you won yesterday.
Awesome. Latin ladies. Woo. Somebody's got an issue. What? What the? Thank you, I love you. That is Mars, right? Mars retrograde has started already. Oh, that was a neighbour's lover. I literally went over to the window just to look. So I'm nosy. And that was I think that was one of the residents as well, just getting some Latin fire going on there. So don't know what that was all about. Thank you, I love you, but I cannot do it anymore. Strangely enough, though, all the residents are out in the garden having a barbecue. But the oh, I see. Making the most of it. If they waited a couple of days, they could have done it on Sunday, and we would have had hotter temperatures. We've got a mini heat wave coming in, apparently. This is what I mean, like this. So like I can feel the call of being sociable as well. But at the same time, I'm like, not sure I really want to risk it. Because I'm also finding that finding that I'm also learning to assert my own opinion and my own stance on things, and the timing of that seems very uncanny considering. So I'm like, I wonder where this is coming from. But noticing it, noticing it. That's why I love astrology as well. Like, because and now I know I have a thing I can look at and go, okay, that's all right. That's the energy of potential going on right now. So all right, I can see where this is going. But there's other parts of me which is like, but I'm learning how to control my Aries moon, so that in itself is helping me keep my nose clean, I think. Like learning to hold my fucking tongue. Hold your tongue, Lee. Yeah, because I had the tendency to blurt things out a lot when I was younger. Just say the first thing that came into my mind. It didn't matter, I just say it. Didn't really care what people would think or how people would react. So I'd just say shit, and I wouldn't, like, what the hell? And now I realise, like, in hindsight, looking back on it, well, that was the unconscious version of me that was being led by all these other things. I had no sense of control or choice over my actions or my behaviours. The very idea that I could choose how I felt, that I could choose how I respond, that I could actually regulate my reactions in such a way that I could have healthier responses. That wasn't even a reality for me. What's that? How dare you? How dare you take away my burden and my suffering? Right? Like, oh, it's a choice, so it's my fault? I'm choosing this way? How dare you, sir? Unfortunately, there is an aspect of that I've had to learn to accept. Like, I am playing a part, I am allowing, to a degree, the situation to occur, depression to come in, take over, and there is a certain amount of agency there, but it's an agency you have to work at getting hold of. And I've been watching, I was watching the Sedona Method documentary yesterday. So that's where the holding on to your suffering and pain thing comes from, because it is very much like that, isn't it? And that was the thing for me, realising that part of that was realising that actually, in addition to the pain and suffering, I was also choosing to hold on to it. And realising that actually that gets into a point where it's like a habitual holding on, and you don't even realise you're holding on, and you're going, well, why are you following me around everywhere I go? You won't let go of me. You're dragging me around. This infernal weight. I learned to let go. It doesn't mean that the pain isn't. But I think realising that there is a point where you can have some agency over it, it doesn't mean that you're not going to be bombarded by the negative thoughts or have difficult days. I think for some of us that seems to be a thing, but maybe that will clear up. Who knows? I mean, I'm beginning to really believe in this idea of miraculous self-healing, if we are given the time and the space to do it. I think I'm a living example of it. I'm healing myself, and I'm discovering my own, that my body, my mind, my everything has its own natural organic functions and processes which work perfectly when they're not being interrupted by pharmaceuticals and other things. You know, when I try to keep myself as clear as possible. So I gave up medication because I realised medication was actually making me more depressed. And it was suppressed. It was actually what it was doing. It was suppressing my ability to identify things, and if I couldn't identify things, then I could not let go of them. And that's the problem with antidepressants. It prevents you from letting go of the traumas and the issues which are causing the depression, so it locks you in a state of permanently holding on. But then it kind of numbs it out a little bit, so then you kind of forget that you are holding on. And I'm talking entirely from personal experience. It's like it's one of my journeys has been to work through depression and mental health issues. Almost as if my role in this life was to find a solution somehow, or at least be a solution to it that could perhaps ultimately help other people. Maybe I don't know. I'm still in that place of working it out. You know, I'd like to think that the few things I have done or said in recent months or years has served to support and help other people too. But that's also done in the space of knowing that I too need help and support, and that we're not going to get through this unless we do it together. Recognizing that we've all got something that we are trying to heal from, our own Chiron situation, our own wounded healer scenario. It's also interesting because Chiron is in Aries at the moment as well. So Aries is being tested big time. It's our will. And I've noticed my solar plexus region has been a little bit tender and fluctuating a lot. You know, it seems to be an area at the moment that's being really tested. They're trying strengthening it. But I've been feeling this feeling in my solar plexus for a while. It's kind of an ache. What do you got planned this weekend? Avoiding bullshit. That's my plan. Making up my own bullshit. With the help of the sky. Now that is most definitely an A. because I've written the A already, we're changing that one, so we're going to just ignore that one for now. Okay, we've got A. What's the next one, please? This S. Oh man, you're doing it too quickly now. Look, there's that's the game. It's the game, Lee. C-E-Y. The idea is to get it as accurately as possible, as quickly as possible, while the sky is moving. It's meant to be this way. It's meant to be fun. Lee, for goodness sake, have fun. Do you not know what fun is? Clearly not. Getting you take everything so seriously. So not everything has to happen, but usually it does. Just watching a meditation, art and walking. Pretty much, that is my life right now. It has to be. It's like, you know, because whatever this process that we're all going through is, it's battering the F out of me. And it's like, wow, I can't lead a normal life. I can't live a normal life at the moment. I mean, who can? What is normal anyway, right? But like, I'm like, wow. I thought it was difficult before I knew all of this was going on, right? But now it's like, well, I understand it, but wow, like, nothing can prepare you. Sorry, I'm going to clear that. They're busy writing at something else. Please give me some more clarification, guys. I really appreciate that. Way too much haze in the sky. And as I found the last few years has had to centre around developing a lifestyle that is going to support me as much as it can, as much as my circumstances can, whilst I'm in this process of healing, but at the same time realizing that this is also happening at a time when when there's loads of things going on, and maybe that was the point. And oh, there's a fly that's just coming. Came in the window, but now you want to go out another one. You always do this to me. You're all the same. Oh, just come in one, but I can't stay. I've got to go out another one. I can't go at the same one. I just came in. Let me out. Yeah, see, come over to me now. I know your game. Come in. No, you haven't finished. You haven't finished nosing around, but you wanted me to open the window anyway. Okay. You keep doing that then. That's how I am with all of the flies. Well, by the way, I do welcome anyone who do have suggestions or see anything. I mean, it could be quite helpful. something just flew out of my room, but it was much bigger than. It looked like a bird. So this is meant to be a blue sky day, or at least a cloudy blue sky day. We're going to have hot weather in the next few days. It's going to be like summer again. It's going to be unexpected. Look at this. Can you see this? What's this bit here? AS. There you go, look. This L is also an A. And this Z is also an S. I think the code is that they take on multiple meanings because of the shapes, so then we can change. And that's what I've noticed actually. You know, like things are interchangeable and swapsy for a reason, and that's one of the reasons why dyslexics, people with dyslexia, apparently. I've been reading The Language of the Birds, and it's like, and a few other things. There's the Language Crystal book as well is another good one, where it talks about this connection between syllables and sounds, and how it calls back to some ancient, forgotten knowledge or language or system of understanding through syllables and things that connect to ancient archetypes and other situations. It's quite an interesting thing, because it's also seems to be very much related to a lot of the language encode, the esoteric and occulting of language over time, you know. So well, not only is it an object of some kind, but it's also spelling things out for us. Just trying to get a little bit of that in there. That went down there somewhere. So you saw two ships. It's amazing. It's amazing when you realise that ships just aren't just. They could be over you and you wouldn't even know it. That's the funny thing. That's what they find so funny. I think there was a 5 there, which is now turned into a 3. Oh no! But then we've got this thing here. There's a 3 there. Just try and get that one in, but it's also incredibly SE. C? Oh, S. No, that's my name. Okay, look. There, that was Lee. That's my name again. Thank you. Okay. Now, it's either me doing it or someone else is doing it, right? That's the only possibility. It's either me and other people watching collectively affecting it, and it's doing it, or something up there separate from our conscious experience is doing that signaling. Do you know what I mean? There are only really a few ways this could go about, you know, because we know at this point, as you've been with me on this journey so far, that some funny business is going on, and you know, and you know what my perspective on it now is, it's both at the same time. Our collective, individual and collective observations are influencing reality, at the same time participating in a co-creative process as something up there is responding or interacting back with us. Look at that. Right, we'll clear this bit. I believe that's called communication, Lee. Right. Only half a tea. I'll give you the other half. There we go. Yeah, see, full tea. I didn't even need. See? Oh man. Over and over again. All beings. At this point, I'd welcome anything to change the present narrative that we're all stuck under at the moment. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? We can create our own. Right. This is what they say: create your own parallel reality, separate from the one that's following the rest of the world. But you can live in your own parallel reality within that. And we can manifest and create things counter to create our own, manifest our own parallel reality. That's what we're doing now. We're creating hope. It doesn't feel like much, but for some reason I keep feeling like this is meant to be something that's meant to help. That I'm observing the construction of new realities. That even by observing, we're somehow participating in that process. That we're making it possible through our belief and our, well, not belief, our knowing. We know because the moment we see it, we feel it. And when you feel it, you know it for certain. The feeling and the knowing are one, you know. It's not just one or the other. It's not just an intellectual thing or an intellectual impulse or an intellectual reasoning or an emotional impulse. It's the wisdom of both combined. The knowing is the feeling and the reasoning. Or even the reasoning. Reason. Comprehension. Cognitive cognizance. Cognizance, I think, is better. Feeling and cognizance. Cognitions. Creates knowing, I guess. do that. So I'm going to say thank you to everyone that's participating with me and has been with me so far. I really appreciate that. We're all involved in a co-creative experiment that I've been doing for a while. But the more people involved, the more magic happens. So it's just incredible, because it just goes to show that when there are more people involved, more stuff happens. It's reassuring. This is called reality testing. Right. I'm going to rest using body as hologram door for crystalline new form. It is great. Otherwise, resting in the sun. Then the cynic in me just decided to speak up then and go, well, how do you know you're not just enabling some kind of group delusion? Oh, that old chestnut. Well, this is seemingly a random collection of individuals that just happen to be in the same place at the same time. That kind of, to me, suggests that there's nothing to suggest that we've collectively conspired and have necessarily the same shared view of reality, right? And that's because we don't necessarily have that same shared view of reality. That in itself would reduce the potential for delusion. But then we are also at that point in our experience where we can perceive beyond the mundane. And see potential for what it is. That potential is malleable. And therefore integral to the nature of our reality. You know, it's an integral aspect. I'm getting things coming through, but there's a little bit of distortion there. I might be trying too hard. Something about creativity, creative spaces. It's creative space online. It's like a virtual tabernacle. You know, it's like an altar onto which you would call upon whatever, your gods, I suppose, is what we would refer to. You know, these are kind of divine technologies which serve the purpose for creating a space on Earth, right? And so this is like creating a virtual space in which these things can occur. And space is accessible through the ether. Some kind of etheric connections going on. Being told to breathe. I'm having this conversation with something in my mind going, well, do you want to leave it there because you haven't got anything done today? And I'm like, yeah, but what else am I going to do today? This is my training. This is my job. Why would I want to be doing anything else? Most people would be, doing their 9 to 5 at this time anyway. Like, I started quite early today, so I could finish early, but technically. I'm just comparing it. This is training, isn't it? Look, I mean, if we think about this, I'm being taught by the sky to find things, taught how to have fun with the sky. Because basically, I forgot how to have fun. Let's start that one again. We'll just go with this. Keep it simple. I forgot how to have fun. And it got to the point for me where technically that's L-E-E. You've got the L here, you've got the E here, and then you've got the 5. There's an E. Don't ask me. I'm not sure how it's happening. Because I'm not actively going L-E-E, L-E-E, L-E-E. You know, busting a blood vessel in my cranium. Just no, I'm. But maybe that's it. Maybe not even trying is how it's meant to happen. But I'm not intending my name up there, so the only thing I can think of is that something else knows my name and is therefore trying to get my attention. Right? But that's just insanity. They could turn around and easily say, well, Lee, it's just that phenomena where you're just seeing everything, blah, blah, blah. But I don't buy it. I don't fucking buy it. Because I know other people are seeing my name too. You could probably see my name here as well. Look. L. E. E. Oops. Oh, look. And then they've done an actual E there. Because there was a round one here that I could see that they decided to make that a capital E. Which is what they're doing right now. Either that or I'm going nuts. So, yeah. Maybe I have spent too much time looking at the sky. Maybe I've overdosing on it. I don't know. This is my job, guys. This is my job. That's what I love to do. L5 E. Oh, you're. Come on. And then the L also turns into an ET. I don't know which way there. We'll just go that way, shall we? I-E, C-E, I-C. C. G, is that an O? G-O. Can you see this here? It's kind of like... Box of Crazy. I don't know if you've seen the Box of Crazy yet, but I'm going to share it again because the images were incredible and you might find them an activation. I think they're extremely activating. Copy link. So if anyone wants to get a chance and you want to have a look at this, somebody had a UFO experience and saw things that looked like angels or the four living creatures with wings and different faces and stuff, and they made some very detailed drawings of what they look like, and it was just blew me away. Something about it just really shook me up. And I was like, wow, just really amazing. So I'm sharing it as often as I can because I think it had an activating thing for me, where it almost like a memories. Just felt like remembering something. Thing is, I keep worrying, well, if I'm going to just start seeing letters all the time, I'm going to start missing the ships. I'm not going to miss the ships. I want my focus to get, start seeing the same thing all the time. I want to be able to keep my neuroplasticity and my third eye vision development going, like. Let's train the third eye a bit more. Oh, wow, okay. What's that over there? It's coming up to 3. But there is distinct orangey glow in the sky. Over there. Oink. Where's that yellow coming from? We're nowhere near sunset. AE. Hang on a minute. What are you guys trying to say? AE, right. There's like another A that's just emerging there as well. Just to reiterate, yes, it's an A, Lee. It's an A. Then there's this thing here that's moving. Oh, I ship up here. Notice the perspective. It's very interesting. It's kind of got this kind of thing to it. Oh, you can see like a shadow here in the clouds. There we go. Yeah. Here we are. Just gives it away. Look, even his line gives it away. This is what I mean by chemtrails may not be real. You know. Okay, that's what we've got. Oh wow, see that eye? Interesting. It's making me think of Creatures in the Clouds again. Oh look, there's that angel technology. The strange living blue holographic crystalline stuff that's hiding in between the clouds. So it's kind of there again. And he came back round again. And we just finished doing our usual rotation and now it's our shift. I think we've just seen a couple of shifts, cloud shifts go by. Shifts and ships. Ships in their shifts. Changing of the guard. Because now the wind has arrived as well. It's just piecing it all together, just noticing all the little changes. As each formation has its own energy. And I think does actually have an impact on us. YRSU. Us, YRSU. Well, this wasn't particularly letters based. You can see like an architectural kind of shape going up here. It carries on there as well. So you know, this should give you an idea of how it works. One of these. Like, it's partial. Right, oh look. There it is. It just pops out at you and you're like, whoa. That could be holographic, it could not be. Kind of like a... Oh, they're obscuring things a little bit. I think drawing it would just detract from the actual thing, but I'll just do one more little outline. So you can tell it's the same thing, but they've given me a nice 5 there. Kind of like an architectural 5. Very good. And that might be pushing it a bit. Something special about today. I want to send out healing to everybody. I hope that releasing and letting go right now is a really good time. We're in the 3rd quarter moon phase, on the way to new moon. So, good time to let go of trauma and let go of things. And anything relating to those events and that time in particular. That's what anniversaries are for, I think. I think the danger of remembrance is re-traumatization. I don't want to stop it, but I feel like I really ought to because it's getting on to 7 hours, and I think this is the point where YouTube starts to get indiscriminate about chopping people's live streams up. I've practically threatened to end the live stream at least once an hour since I started anyway. Yeah, maybe you're right. There's a certain amount of it's like talking for 7 hours. I've actually been incredibly active. It is like that going on. This is what I love to do. Why do I want to stop doing it? It goes around like that. And that goes around like that. is it is so faint. Quite intricate actually. Goes on like that. I'm just doing the basics, by the way. I'm not being overly accurate. I'm just trying to get the primary. All I'm doing is acknowledging the direction. It's getting a bit. Oh, look. Hang on a minute. Look. Look at this. Ah, you guys are floating up there, are you? You see. What's this here? I don't know if that's what it is exactly. It's kind of the impression it gave, but it may have changed around. No, you're still there. Maybe still there. Still there. They know it. Looks like an arrow. Now, whether that's projections or not, at least I'm capturing evidence, right? Whether that was real or whether it was faked or holographed, at least I'm capturing evidence, right? At least I'm building up a profile. So even at the very minimum of all of this effort, if we were just to take away only the facts and stuff, and not give the additional esoteric, metaphysical, spiritual aspects any credence, there'd still be reason enough, in my opinion, just through observation alone, to have interest in what's going on. The thing is, how do we know that the government aren't aware of it? You know, of course they are. They've got to be. I mean, I'd be surprised that they wouldn't be aware of invisible ships and things flying around up there. Like, why wouldn't there be? Like, the potentiality it is a possibility. We have no idea. We just don't know. Well, how would we ever know? You know, it makes sense. Like, we wouldn't have a clue. So anyway, yep. It would be ridiculous to not consider it anyway. But ultimately, it's more. So obviously, so much more going on. Oh, here we go. At last, some decent local clouds right at the very end. Where are you guys flying from? So you were attached to this. So that was that thing here. Little did I know it was actually attached to something even bigger. Oh my god, look. Boing. technology. Boing. Some kind of Japanese anime. Boing. See, you can see it. Those aren't bloody clouds. Maybe there are clouds there, but we're covering something up now. What? There's a bee. Maybe changing it. This is all about healing. It does everything. It's fun, it's educational, it's creative, it's meditational. And I really enjoy doing it. And I'm okay with erasing an image after I've done it. That's actually helped as well, like learning to be okay with erasing. But I've just spent 10-15 minutes drawing it. It wasn't that great anyway, I suppose. I can always do better. Where is that up? Oh. Where's the castle battlements there? I didn't think such an idea would be ridiculous, so yeah. That helicopter was going a bit. Oh, but now you can see it, can't you? It's kind of like pipe-esque. Thing going on there. You don't get clouds doing that. Well, that would suggest there's light coming from what, there? You get. So there is a light source other than the sun reflecting on there. So by this time the sun wouldn't necessarily be there, it would be not quite the... Right, the sun would have this kind of reflection. This one maybe. The light focus here. Oh look. Cube. Cube approacheth. Hear that noise? Where's that coming from? So it becomes necessary. Oh, you are kidding me. Is it this thing that caused it? There you go. Maybe some chilled out meditation music would have been nice, but actually background noise is just as good. I also have to say, I have stopped watching a lot of, I'm trying to reduce accessing certain narratives and videos as much as I can. I think I'm going to end it there for today, or for now. I might start another one But I want to be mindful of the size of this video and the length of time. So I think I'm going to end it there, and I'll maybe restart in one minute. But thank you for being with me and spending all this time with me, guys, and I really, really appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. And I'll be around again soon, so please feel free to drop in anytime. Thank you so much, and take it easy. I'll start again soon.